useful to know? Well, maybe if you run into it. But it's one of those things where between two browsers, they said, no, this is how you should handle events that are nested inside events that are nested inside events. Which one gets triggered first? And of course, Microsoft said, we're Microsoft. We're going to do it our way. Yeah, look where you're at now. So we pass false majority of the time. But if for some reason something happens and it's capturing and working in the wrong order, you know why, and you could set that to true. But 90 to 99% of the time, it's going to be false. And you need, but just so you know, somebody, hey, what's that false for? Oh, I remember it has to do with bubbling and capturing. Cool, man. You know more about this than I do. Run into it, but it's one of those things where between removing a listener, pretty much the same as adding a listener. Events that are nested inside events that are nested inside events. Which one gets triggered first? Event. And of course, Microsoft said, we're Microsoft. We're going to do it our way. Same parameters that you do. Yeah, look where you're at now. Where you're adding an event listener. We pass false majority of the time. Here in this code, I actually put for some reason, y'all saw this yesterday. Some reason something happens and it's capturing over and over and working in the wrong order. As long as I click it, but when I say remove event listener, you know why, and you could set that to true. Nothing happens now. But I removed it. 90 to 99% of the time, it's going to be false. And you need, but just so you know, somebody. And then of course you had the exercise that y'all went home yesterday. It has to do with bubbling and capturing. Who hasn't completed the exercise? Cool, man. You know more about this than I do. Run into it. Has not. But it's one of those things where so removing a listener, exclamation mark, pretty much the same as adding a listener. Events that are nested inside events. You have completed. Okay, so you didn't listen to what I said. Adam's all, wait a minute. You put an exclamation mark in there. Super excited. No, who has not completed the assignment? You're still working on it? Okay. So what I'm going to do right now is, who has it completed and done? Everybody else? Let's do Chris. If you want to come show your code, show us what you did. And then maybe we can look at Audrey's and see where we could fix yours. It's not fixable. It's past beyond fixing. Maybe Ryan can help you. Ryan, do you have yours completed? Okay. If you want to sit right next. Oh, okay. Yes, the exercise for the. Right. Okay. Oh, that was per power. This is the on that side. Can y'all see that, or should we change her? Can you change it? All right. So attention on the screen while Chris explains her code. Oh, you did the homework and you weren't here yesterday. Yeah, I remember that now. I'm sorry. Okay. 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 So the one thing I need to check is just make sure is that right here we had the comma false, but I want to see, I don't know what it defaults to. I have to check it. Does anybody know what it defaults to? It'll default to false. So then, yeah. Oh, sorry. Got rid of the wrong thing. So since it defaults to false, then that works fine. Cool. Can you show us how it works in the browser? Ah, you colored your buttons too. Nice. Change the header text. JavaScript is cool. Change sub. Change it to blue. Change the item color. Nice. Y'all see that all happen live without the refresh? It's not necessarily Ajax, but you can see where that starts kind of getting into that, hey, I can access data, or I can make things happen without refreshing the browser. And that's always very cool. And this is just plain, I know. So this is all plain vanilla JavaScript. And if you hear us talk about the term vanilla JavaScript, it's a plain JavaScript. That's all it means. It's just plain JavaScript, but we wanted to give a term to it, saying, hey, what is plain JavaScript? Oh, let's call it vanilla. So vanilla. That would be the cloud delivery network. I mean, content delivery network. Yeah, she's using the Bootstrap, and the buttons come from Bootstrap. Any questions, guys? Anybody have anything different than this? Well, I know you did. Maybe you could show Phil. On a break, we'll do that. Anything else? No? Pretty much the same, right? Yeah, the buttons were nice. She put a nice look to it. When she's talking here about the CDN, that means a content delivery network. Okay, so those of you guys, if you understand how a content delivery network works, Amazon has a a content delivery network. The content delivery network is just duplication of that file in different spots of the globe. And when I hit your website, it's going to serve up the one closest to me. The quickest route that's like, oh, okay, this one's closest or this one's quickest, I'm going to serve it up to this. So there's different variations of the file. Actually, there's different files, same variation, in different spots. So that's what they do here with this CSS and .js. That's why a lot of people can use them, and they don't bog down their servers. That kind of hot linking is okay. Linking to their, because they give you that for free. They're like, hey, you can link to us. You know, they give you access to that. We're going to always keep this up, and we're going to make sure these servers stay up. Good job. Thanks, man. Appreciate it, bro. Hey, thanks for the invite yesterday too. The first one, I think that's the one that counted. I heard it was a good game though. So everybody pretty much had the same results, the same solution. Again, it's cool to see things change without refreshing the browser. Now it's kind of like, hey, I clicked on something happened. And that's the cool thing about JavaScript. It's just kind of like instant gratification of, I clicked on something happened. I did something. Yes? I mean, if it defaults by false, no, it's there. But, no, since it defaults. Any questions on the event listener? Questions on DOM event or on DOM query, the previous one, on the DOM or BOM? It's the bomb. And then whenever I talk about DOM, it's DOM, da DOM, DOM. DOM. Question? Okay, if it's unrelated, then we'll carry on. So who's ready to talk about objects? One person? Okay, so you've been hearing us say, oh, this is an object, but we'll get to that. Oh, this is an object, but we're going to talk about that later. Oh, this is part of a method which belongs to an object, but we're going to get to that. Well, guys, we're going to get to that. So I'm just kidding. I'm actually going to start talking to you about it. It's like, well, okay, let's start it tomorrow. So, I know you guys are still working on the exercise, but this is real important to kind of get the concept of an object. Now, an object is, the way I look at it, I try to look at it as a physical object. And a lot of times you'll hear people explain it this way, like animals. You'll hear people explain it in a car, that kind of stuff. If you think of it as a physical object, it's a little bit easier to understand. Objects in JavaScript are a little bit different than PHP. But the concept should be fairly the same on the way things work. If I think of a car, and a car is an object, right? Give me a physical property of a car. Tires. How many? Most have 4. Some have 3. Yeah, I've seen that. So we'll just go ahead and go with 4 tires. Okay? What? Never seen. Oh yeah, I've seen a 6-tire car. And then the other thing that we can say is, hey, there's a model to it, and like let's say this model is Toyota. Okay, and then of course you got a make. I never understood the difference between make and model. What would make be? Like a 4-door? Is that what a make is? Huh? I got it backwards? No, I do not. Do I really? Oh, yeah. Make is Toyota. Camry. So, now give me a function of a car. No, something that a car does. Drive. And I'm gonna go ahead and since it's in our notes, I'm gonna say honk is a functionality. Start is a functionality. Stop. Drive. That's when it collides with another object. Reverse, and all this other stuff. So, these are properties of the car. These are functionalities of the car. You have properties that go along with the car, and then you have functionality that goes along with the car. In programming, we can describe a car and it be an object. And the cool thing about programming, it's a little bit different than, like, so arrays is like a collection of data, right? Objects is a collection of functionality, a collection of properties, a collection of data. All of that like encompasses like an object. Like this whole object has all these properties, but it also has functionality, but it also has all these other, collection of data. It can have a property that is an array. Like this could be an array, or this can be an array, and it all belongs to car, and car is the parent object. So we get into these objects, and it's like I can describe car, and then later down in the code, I can set its make equal to what I need it to. And then later on in the code, I can set its functionality of honk. Maybe it honks different than the rest of the cars. And then I can set its functionality start. Maybe it's a one of those remote starters. Or maybe it's a key start. And I could set it different. And now, even though car is an object, I specified what this object was, and I gave it a specific. I made it specific to Camry Toyota. And I changed it, and I altered it. And then I could set another car and change its properties. And now I have 2 cars, and they all have 2 different functionalities. They all have 2 different properties, but yet they all come from object. And I know it's kind of hard to understand. We're going to be going through this code. We're going to be messing with objects a lot. In an object, so let's pretend this. You have your code. And in your code, you have variables. And in your code, you have functions. If you put all that stuff in an object, they change the name. Variables are properties. Functions are methods. And so that's the difference when you say that all this stuff is in a object. If I say, hey, this object has two methods, that means there's two functions inside this object. So in an object, functions are methods, and in an object, properties are variables. And that's just kind of how they called them. So whenever I say, hey, this has a certain property, you know that I'm talking about an object right away, and it's a variable inside that object. And then when I say, hey, this has three methods, you know I'm talking about functions, and it has three functions inside that object. Variables are properties. Functions are methods. Variables are properties. Yeah, so if I would do data, what I meant by that is I can make this, like let's say make. That's not a good one. Let's say I have a property called like, I don't know, let's call it physical property. So I'll just, physical is a horrible name for a variable. So I can have that and it's say, you know, it's red. It's, well, instead of shiny, I'll say shiny. And then I give it, and then I have all this. So this is a property, but yet, and that property belongs to this object, but yet that property is an array. So I have this collection of data. Does that make sense? So in other words, this object can have properties, and those properties can be arrays. And then you can have functions, and those functions are methods. Yes, but you don't declare var. Yeah, the funny thing about JavaScript is when you're setting an object, it does start with var. So you do var car. And then you have this notation. I'm going to show you two different notations, but the one that I tend to use is it's a curly brace and a curly brace. And that's an empty object. That starts it in JavaScript. Var car equals empty object. So now I can go and start altering that object and adding to it. And changing it. And it really doesn't get much harder because we've already been using the dot notation to access properties and to set methods or to access methods that are inside JavaScript's predefined objects. Because remember that everything in JavaScript was an object. So that when we did some variable and it was a number, dot, right away we had access to all its properties, which was like length and all that other stuff. Well here, how do you think I'm going to set something? If I wanted to set make. Car.make equal to Toyota. And so now I set that property make inside this object car to Toyota. There's a dot there, and I don't know if you can see it. So Rissa, how would I set model? Good. I set it a Camry. That's a semicolon. That's high. That was weird. So, car.model. Man, I got awesome handwriting. So that being said, Jillian, can you help me write a method for this object? We start with car. Car.honk. Kind of, yeah. Car.honk is equal to a function. Any parameters that I need to pass, I can pass parameters in there, just like so. And let's say I did a console.log. Yeah, we should do an alert. I just hate alerts, like I seriously do. And this is how a honk should sound. We honk. We honk. We honk. I should get a horn that sounds like that. We honk. So that's how you would set it. And of course right here I'm leaving it open that I can pass parameters to it. Yeah. There, is everybody done writing this down? Because I'm gonna show it. We have a few people visiting us from satellite, no, live. Mary's visiting us today live. So let's say, hi, Mary. Yeah, and in 40 seconds you should hear this, which I have enough time to change it. And then I have a buddy, his name's Vic. He's the one who taught me Vim and showing me some Ruby stuff that's hopefully still watching. And then my wife, who I said I'm going to be live, so maybe she's on. Maybe. Maybe she's too busy. So, if you're watching, babe, I didn't say it. And then, hi, Mom. No, she doesn't have a computer. That's even sadder. So, talking about objects, there's several ways we call objects. Now, the way that we're going to show you here, pay attention to it. It's not how we're going to do it in JavaScript, but it's probably how we're going to do it in PHP. So pay attention to it, take note. Because remember that everything in JavaScript was an object. Remember that when we set a variable in its number, and remember that I did in the code, give me one quick second to get set up. So here, wrong one, I did var number is equal to 1, right? And then when I do number dot, it pulls everything for number. So it knows this is the number type. It added that class and that object to that variable. So when I do dot, it has all those available properties to it. So there are other ways to... Are you watching the live? Oh, okay. I was like, dude, how dare you watch a movie while I'm talking? Yeah. Do I? It's my face. Wait. Oh, you're talking about my head. Thanks, man. Mr. Clean. Yeah, stop talking. So, I like that guy. So, just quit it, man. If I make fun of you, it's because I like you. So, taking this example right here, if I do var like this, and just like I did earlier, I set it equal to 1, and I say, hey, I got access to all these properties for number. That gets loaded automatically because it says, hey, I'm an integer. It adds that number class to that. It's predefined in JavaScript. So JavaScript has its own classes, its own objects. And it has those own objects that says, hey, this is a number, let me put this object to it. And now you have access to all those properties for number. If I set it to a string, it's different. It says, hey, this is string, let me put the string one to it. And then you have access to it. There's another way you can define that number class on something, but it's not how we do it in JavaScript because we get a different result. It's just how JavaScript works. So that way when you do the type of, for let's do number primitive, this is how we normally do it. It's number. And these should be the same, but they're not, which tells you why we do it this way as opposed to calling its new number. One's an object, one's a number. Even though it is an object, and that's true, we want the result number because we set it equal to 1. We say, hey, we want this to give us a type of number. So that's why we never use this whole new number class, but number is a class or object. I'll call it an object in JavaScript. And it gets tagged on to that number 1 when we do it like this. When we do it like this, and we're calling its actual class, it actually shows as an object. So that's the difference, and that's showing you why we do it the first way. And of course, this is going to be a comparison right here. What does this triple equal to, Jacob? And value. Yeah. So it's going to come up false because one's a number, one's an object. So Mary says, thanks for the shout out. Ah, she got a second one. She can hear us. Yeah. We can actually hear her too if we, no, I'm just kidding, we can't. Yeah. You can hear me? This whole time I've been saying stuff that I shouldn't to you. So, remember I was talking about the notation of how we start an object. We can start an object like var car is equal to new, and then object. And then I can say, hey, car make is equal to, we said Toyota. I only looked back because I can't remember which way goes what. Toyota. So then when I console.log car make, I get Toyota. So you see how I set that object of car to new object. You could do that, and there's nothing wrong with that. I like doing it like this because it's shorter, that's all. And that does the same thing. And let me bring the other one back up. Let me pull it up so that you can see it a little bit higher on the screen. These two things do the exact same thing. Doesn't matter which one you do. I do the first way because it's just shorter. And actually I put stuff in it already, but we'll show you how to do that later. And that car starts a new object. And that car is an object now. So let's play around with this object. Start over. Let's do var car is equal to object. It's just an object right now. I could have put a semicolon in there, but I forgot to, but it still took it. So I'm going to say car.make equal to Toyota. Or if you want to give me a different one. Did I do it wrong? Oh, I corrected it. So car.motto, we're going to say Camry. Then we're going to give it a function, car.honk. And then I'm going to do shift return so I can get to the next line. And I'm going to say alert. And I'm going to say we honk. Did I skip something? Unexpected token. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. There you go. So it just returns the function itself. So if I do car dot, let's say make, it's going to return Toyota. Car dot model, it's going to return Camry. When I want to do car dot honk, I do car dot honk, and then I do its function call, just like I would a function with those parentheses. And I get the alert. We honk. And all of those belong to the object car. I can make this a specific car and say this is my car. This is neighbor's car. And then I add all those properties and all those functionalities to that car. And you can see how I alter this object, and now I have a specific object for my car. And then I could go create another specific object for Rissa's car. Or go create another specific object for Jacob's car. I'll do it. No, I'm not going to do it. Yeah, they do. I think I meant bicycle. I think. That was funny. She shows me. She goes, "You want to see my license?" I was like, "Is it vertical?" She goes, and she just walks away. She got mad at me that day. So if yeah. Anyway, that was a change they did before. Like I'm so glad they did it like after I was 25. I think it's 25, right? Is it 21? It, you know what? It's probably easy for the, when you're going into places where you need to be 21. So they changed Texas. Yeah. They altered the orientation of your license. Yeah, that was a different change. Like I never had a vertical one. But like some years later, it was like if you were. No. That was in. That's insane. Are you sure? Are you sure that was in jail? That's why. It was one of those licenses. Cool. All right, I think we diverted enough. Let's get back. I want to show you this. I think we diverted enough. So, console.log car. Oh, everybody's showing their license? I want to get in on this party at 10 o'clock. So, I made a model or object car. Sorry. I made an object car. I gave it a property. I gave the make property, Toyota, and I gave the model, Camry. I gave it a function, honk. And you saw how I called the function. I called it with parentheses. So when I console.log car, check out what the console gives me. It gives me this. It says, hey, this is an object. It has a property in their make, and you see this colon right here, Toyota, comma. It has a model, Camry, comma. It has a honk, which is a function, and we could toggle this down and kind of see where this object goes and what happened when we actually set this object, what JavaScript did for us. It's going to keep adding properties to this one object. No, I made it an object. Yeah. So, array is a collection of data. Object is kind of a collection of data and functionality because we can add functions to it. Yes, pretty much. So you see how we could toggle down this, and you can also see that JavaScript gave us some extra stuff. You see, here's the dot length. And then it gave us this proto stuff, which is another topic for discussion. No discussion? For those of you who want to know, yeah, there's this tool that we've used. It's called Google, that you can actually look it up. So the short answer to that, and all that I'm probably going to go, is that in PHP, we actually do a declaration where we say class, and then give it a name, and then you have your brackets, and that starts an object. In JavaScript, it's not the case. Everything extends from the proto, which is a prototype. It's like a prototype inheritance. So you can alter default behavior of JavaScript. You shouldn't unless you really know what you're doing, but just know that it's there. So I've altered it like once, and I think it's because I wanted to capitalize every first letter of a sentence. So that way I can do on any script. Now I had to load that script for every project. It'd be kind of like a text dot capitalized. And I made my own thing that was part of JavaScript that got loaded with the prototype. Yeah, I could just say type in, text, text if it was set to a string, and then dot capitalize. But you really shouldn't mess with it unless you know what you're doing. And that's really like one use case that I had to do like once. So it's like you really shouldn't alter it. But you can. So another way that we saw yesterday when we were looking at objects is that you can actually set properties. You know how we did car.make equals Toyota, car.model equals Camry? That tends to be the notation that I do. But there's another way that you can actually set a property, and it's car, let's do tires. Car tires is equal to 4. And notice how I put 4 without quotes. It's because it's an integer. And this is kind of like an array notation, but it's the same as doing car.tires. So there's two different ways that you can actually set a property. For honk, I'm not sure. Can you set that for a function? Honk too. Let's try it. Yeah, I believe so. Let's do alert. We honk more. We honk more. We honk. So when I call car.honk, how would I call this? Like that, right? Parentheses. We honk more. Ah. No. Wait. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I was getting excited. You call it like that? Oh, yes. Insane. In the membrane. I have a picture for this. I have a picture for the whole collection of data, and for that just happened right here. Yeah, I did. I actually had it for JSON notation with the collection of objects inside of arrays of objects, and all that stuff. I just wanted to use it already. I was eager. We'll pull it up again. So those are objects. And if you wrap your brain around the whole, this is a physical object. Pick out a physical object that exists. A cat. Well, a cat has 4 legs. It has a function. It meows. It eats, and it does other stuff. Those are the functionalities of a cat. We can create that as an object. We can say that, hey, var cat is equal to empty object for now. Well, cat, let's say color is equal to, it's a black cat since we're close to Halloween. Say cat voice or sound, meow. Actually, that would be a functionality. So I would set that probably equal to a function, so that way we can call that. And let's say poor cat lost a limb. So cat legs is equal to 3. Poor kitty. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Cat and then lives is not, well, let's say it was close on when it lost its limb, so it's 8. Yeah. So these are all properties of a cat. It has 3 legs because it lost a limb, Ben. And lost a life. But it came back. So when we call a cat and we want to do the voice, I think I could call it voice. That's how I would call it. Meow. And a cat eats, so cat eat. Here I'm gonna throw a new one in here. So this cat eats. Let me start over so that way I pull it up to the top of the screen. Cat.eat, and this is a functionality. But I'm gonna set a variable in here. And I'm just going to call it what. What's it going to eat? It's probably a better variable name than that. But we'll do what? The what? Which one? No, it's not a string. It's a variable. The variable I'm going to pass. So we're going to do alert, and then we're going to say cat is eating, give it a space. We're going to concatenate that with what I passed to it, just like a regular function. Okay? And it just returns, the console just returns the function that I just wrote. That's all it does. It always expects to return something. So then I say cat eats, oh, I know. This needs to be a string. That's why it's got a fur ball. Cat is eating fur. What face? Cat eats milk. Cat is eating milk. Just like I eat coffee. My wife saw, did you eat? I'm like, yeah, I ate coffee this morning. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Mouse. Check this out. Let's have fun with this right now. Hang on. So let's redefine this function. We're going to say cat eats, right? And then we're going to say equal to function what. We're going to go like this. Oops, didn't do shift return. There we go. Shift return just gets you on the next line on the console. So then I'm going to do an if statement. I'm going to say if what is equal to mouse, and then we should do that. Then I'm going to alert good cat. And then else. Yeah, I know. Sorry. Thank you. What do we say? Bad kitty? Okay, and I know I'm writing this all in one line, and we could do this in the code, but all I'm doing is saying cat.eat. This is going to be a functionality. I'm going to pass a variable to that functionality just like I would a regular function, except I have an equals in front of it. And this is all part of the cat object that I created. Then I said if what is equal to mouse, then I'm going to say, hey, good cat. Else, I'm going to say, bad kitty. And this is just to show you that this function works just like any other function. I can have if statements, I can have loops inside of it, I can have all this other functionality that goes inside of it to alter the output. So then when I say, let me clear this, cat.eat fur. Bad kitty, cat.eat breakfast. Bad kitty, cat.eat, wait for it, good cat. I saw some other ones that were a little bit more graphic than this one that I kind of wanted to use, but it was too graphic. So object literal notation, there's actually a name for it. Here, new object instance. That means this car has an instance of object. A lot of times you'll hear us say, did you instantiate the object later on in PHP? All that means is, did you do this line of code, car is equal to new object? That means you created an instance of object that you're going to alter, and that you're going to add to, and that you're going to make your own object. So when you hear the word instantiate, don't run for the hills. It sounds like a big word for me. It just means, did you create an instance of it? Did you set something equal to new object? So in JavaScript, that's the way to do it. That's called new object instance. But then we have object literal notation, which is the one that I prefer because it's shorter. You can use either, though. They do the same thing, correct. It's preference on that, yeah, on that one. If some people are used to doing new object because like they come from PHP and they're getting into JavaScript and they're used to instantiating an object that way, they're probably going to use that way. But yeah, preference for me is that's shorter And then later on, you'll see why when we get into JSON notation, which is next. So we don't have to wait too long for that. But, this kind of starts how you would JSON notation. So that's why I keep it that way for me. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, can you pass objects to functions? So objects are first class? Wait, I want to hear you say that again. That was awesome. I was like, I turned around, I was like, oh wait, that was too cool. Do it again. Yeah. And there's a line that just messed it up. Don't say it again. Now you can't. Wait till the 10 o'clock break. Hand the mics off. So this is object literal notation, and then kind of how we can set properties. We've gone over this right here, the car.make, or the car, and then of course this notation right here. I've used this notation a few times, only because for some reason, depending on the code, I wanted to pass a string here, and I didn't know what it was going to be until I did some other stuff. So I would do car, and then you would see me put another variable inside of here, and like let's say this variable holds model, so then it's car.model that I could use. But I can't do that in this case. So you'll see that that's the reason, like sometimes I'll use the array model because I want to pass information right here as a string, as a key that I'm going to create. So that way I can access it with car dot whatever it is. Correct. No. JavaScript and PHP matters. Why does it matter in PHP? So in double quotes in PHP, when you have a variable inside, what happens? It outputs the variable, the value. What happens if you do a single quote in PHP? It's literal. Yeah. JavaScript, that doesn't matter at all. Yeah. Of course, we try to be consistent. That was sarcasm. We try. Yeah. But I can say something serious. Dang. Oh my gosh. So, accessing properties inside from a model. I set make and model property. When I do a console.log, see that I can concatenate that property, and this is kind of like an array notation. And I could do the same thing with a dot notation. Assigning functionality to an object. Car.honk equals function. We saw how we can pass parameters to this function inside that parenthesis. And then later when we call this, car.honk, we can pass stuff inside of here. So let me show you something just real quick so that way you can kind of know, see under the hood what's going on. What would you say log is? We've been using this console.log. Yeah, it's a method. Inside a class, inside an object. Let's say object. It's a method. And it belongs to what object, Chris? Log belongs to what object? the screen. It's on the screen. This is a method right here, right? Oh, you said it, console? Yeah. So console is the object. Let me try this. I haven't tested this, but I'm pretty sure it works. Oh, what am I doing now? Window. Huh? Yeah. Hang on. Window is the parent object. It has an object inside of it, console, which has a method called log. And we don't have to do window, remember? We can just do console.log. But we can also do window. Why? It's just an extra word. Test this. No. Log? Log is not defined. Oop, wrong one. Sorry, I like that. Oh, the this keyword. I heard y'all talking yesterday about the this keyword. Did y'all get much into it? This keyword. Thanks, man. Huh? So, we can see how we set an empty object. We can see how we set properties inside that object. And we can see how we set methods inside that object. And then we can set a new one. I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying car is equal to object, empty object. And then you do var car 2 is equal to empty object. And then var car 3 is equal to empty object. So how many car objects do I have for this script? I have 3 objects. Yeah. No, I have 3 car objects. 3. I have 3. I win. It's not right. It's not right. So, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. Wait. No, wrong reference. Wrong reference. Let's talk about this. No, it wasn't. No, it was not. So, this gets confusing. I'm pushing through that. This gets confusing, especially with JavaScript. This is a lot easier in PHP to understand. Because whenever you use the word this, anywhere inside this object, it's in reference to the object. So when I'm inside here and I say this dot make, that means, oh, this object and the make of it. In JavaScript, it works different. It also works like for event handlers. When I say this and that event handler is inside an object, it's in reference to the event handler and not the object. So JavaScript says, hey, y'all don't have enough to worry about. Let's change up what this means throughout your programming. So it can get, it's easy to, yes. And I only say that because you will see it. In case there's code that you need to fix, you need to understand what this is. Yeah. Because it's talking about that event. So this event. And you had this inside that event. The event, not the object. No, reference to the event. If you have an event that's inside an object and you have this inside of that event,
so if you're doing your hash event listener, or add event listener,
mm-hmm.
this is going to refer to the element that you're adding the event listener to, not the event.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. What are you talking about?
This. I'm talking about that. Yeah. I guess I mean the same thing, but yes. I said it better. No, you said it better. So we're going to be using this for now as we would inside of PHP. So when I'm inside an object, let's start off with car. We've been working with car this whole time. And I say car, I'm just going to run the example above. The car, I say car.make is Toyota. Car.model, Camry. Car.log, make, model is equal to function. And my console.log. And then this is where I actually car make model is concatenate. This dot make means this make of this object. And because I'm inside a function that's going to be inside the object, I can use this. Outside of the object, I can't. But when I started doing this car, that's the object, dot log make model is equal to function. When I do this, I'm inside this function that's inside this log make model that's inside this object. So when I use this, it's in reference to the object. This object. This dot make is going to give me the make of the object car. Question? Let me see if I understand what you're saying. So I do a new object. Okay. So var truck is equal to empty object. Okay. Log. Oh, we're going to do a console.log. Like that? Oh, sorry. So, you're talking like that? No, because I have to set it for this one. But yes, Adam's correct. You were probably talking about inheritance, which that's kind of what we get into when we're in PHP. And we're going to start talking about, hey, we have a car, and we inherit that car for truck and for Toyota and for all that other stuff. Because there's some basic properties that happen there. But in this case, no. It's going to look for a log make model inside of truck. And actually, if I were to call it correctly, that's how I would call it. And it says it's an undefined function. It's not a function. So going back to the original, I set this equal to a function. I did a console.log. I set this dot make because I'm inside the object car. If I didn't have that car dot log make model, nothing would happen. I would get an error. But because I use this, This is in reference to car. This car dot make. This car dot model. So when I run it, I get the make and model. Toyota Camry. And you see that all I did was concatenation here. That I did car, make, model is space. Then I concatenated the make, and then I gave it another space, and then I concatenated the model. So you see how we use this inside of an object. We say it's this property, make, this functionality, and you can use this throughout the object instead of having to do, car.make this, or car.make right here. Let's see how much. Any questions on this? That worked out perfectly. Well, think of questions. I'm going to give you let me see, we're 10:07. Be back at 10:20. Was supposed to be 15, but it's cool. I'm cool with that. So be back here at 10:20. Think of questions that you have, and then when you get back, we're going to start in the exercise. That's going to take, it should take quite a bit. And then maybe we'll cover JSON notation. I'm pretty sure we'll get to JSON notation today. Cool? was on. How are we doing in this project? Good. Who's done? And then who's not done? If you're not done and you're sitting next to somebody who's done, ask them for help. Okay, so how many of you guys are finished with this? Show of hands. How many of y'all are still working on it? You're on the last part? Okay. We're going to start working on it, on this, Keith, together, and try to beat us. No, not physically. So, let's pick on Adam. How do I start this first line on line number 10? On my line number 10, not yours. I don't know what's on yours. Brackets. I'm going to go with brackets because I like that. Okay. And person dot first name to whoever. Okay. Huh? U-E? Oh, U-B? Oh, gotcha. Like it. Ub. And I change it. Ub. Huh? Purse? It's a new object I created on another file that I'm including. I got that. And if I would fall, like I told him last time, I would just start doing push-ups. Play it off. Play it off, man. It was a typo, okay, Ben? Is that what you want to hear? It was a typo, man. Yeah. I was just going to say something that was going to be so mean. No. I was so tempted to turn off the mic and do it. Not going to do it. Quit egging me on, man. It's like double dog daring me. So, Keith, I want to set a method that says hello to this. How do I start that? Person dot say hello. Open parentheses. Like that. No. Okay. Person dot say hello. I want to make this. Remember what a method is, right? What's a method? Yeah, but it's something a little bit easier than that. Story Corey said it. Method is. If you keep leaning forward, I'm going to keep going forward. Method is a a function. Okay, so method is a function inside of what? Object. Oh, good. You were paying attention. So, I want to set this equal to a method. Equal. Then. Good. Then. Okay. Almost. I think she's saying like curly braces. So it's a function and then curly braces. So now I'm going to set the functionality. I'm going to ask your neighbor to help me. Josh? Thank you. Alert? Okay. This dot first name. Then? Okay. Semicolon. And then what? Oh. So you add a little message. Keep it nice, plus. And I'm going to put a little space too. Hello. So Keith, you see how we set this equal to a function. And inside an object, that's called a method. I start off with the parentheses. I start off with the curly braces. It has a semicolon at the end of that. And then I do my functionality inside of that. What is this keyword for? Keith. First name of what? Yes. Good job. Of the object. Okay, so Ruth, this is easy. How do I call it? And Keith thought, why didn't you give me that one? And then you see how I say, whoever you be, hello. Thank you for that. So you see how we created this person object? We gave it a first name. We gave it a last name. We gave it this functionality of say hello, which is called a method inside of an object. First name is what, Corey, inside of an object? A property. Even though it's variable, it's a property. It's what we call a property. It's how we can distinguish if it's an object or not. Let's say, hey, go create me a variable. Then you know, oh, okay, this is just regular code. If I say, hey, go create me a property and then create me a method, then you know that those things belong inside of an object. So that's how you differentiate the two. And that's why there is different names. I made a joke earlier saying, they just want to come up with a new name. No, if I say, hey, go make me this method, go make me this property, then you know that, hey, that's in reference to an object. So that was the assignment. Questions on objects. We're going to be messing with them a lot, so there's going to be lots of questions. If you have questions on an object, yes? Yes, yes. Person, and then you would have a bracket, first name. Okay, good. No, that's perfectly all right. Mm-hmm. No, you call it the same. Yeah. Like this would still work. Like if I didn't have this one there, this would still work and say whoever is my first name. And I still called it the same. I didn't change the way I called it. Questions on this site about this? Straightforward? Questions on this site? Audrey? Okay. Okay, so maybe somebody want to take a look at hers, see what's different. Questions on this site pertaining to objects, properties, or methods? Kind of a question or faking me out? Function E for event? Okay. Very similar, but so right now we're talking about this keyword as if we were in PHP. The only difference is when we have an event and we use this inside of it, when I click on something that's an event, this is in reference to the item I clicked on. So it will be that button that you clicked on. I clicked on an event, I call the event, and if I use this keyword, that means button I clicked on that triggered this event. When you use the what? So event is a little different. Like whenever you're doing an event handler, I think, and you pass this right here, you can call this whatever you want. You could call it event, meaning the event that got triggered. Ben probably just used the letter E, but it stood for event. You could call it whatever you want. Yeah, all he's doing is passing the event that happened to that function itself, because maybe he's going to do something to alter it. So this right here, keyword, you'll see it called event. You'll see it called EVT. You'll see it called E. And all it is in reference to the event that happened. So when I click, that information for that click and that event gets passed along to this information, and I can do other stuff inside of here with it. Or EVT, yeah. And then you can, later on, you'll find out, like in JavaScript, you know that, oh, I hit the forward. That we did, no. Yeah, you add event, and then you can add event to the function. You don't need to pass it. Majority of the time, people do pass it. And the reason they pass it, yeah, it just means event. You'll see EV, and it's preference. Different people will do different things. I think I use E as well. You'll see EVT, and then you'll see the word event. And it all means the same thing. You could call it whatever you want because it's a parameter. But usually it starts with the letter E because that's in reference to the programmer saying, hey, I'm passing an event to this function. And I've seen EVT. Yeah. Yeah, to E. So, perfect case in point, when you do an anchor tag, and this is later, you'll find out about this and you'll probably use this. That event is an object being passed to the function. And it has other properties that you can do it. When you click on an anchor tag, you can pass that event to a function, and you can prevent its default, meaning, you know, when you click on an anchor tag, it goes to a different page, and a link. When I click on this link, it's going to go to a different page. Well, with JavaScript, I can prevent that. And there's other reasons why you would want to prevent it. It's kind of like, hey, I don't want it to go to another page. I want it to do this stuff first, then go to that page. And you can halt it and stop it with that event that you pass to it. So that event property has a ton of information and methods you could do. Exactly, yeah. Click on this, but I want to prevent the default because I want to do something with it before I send it. And .prevent default is just a method that comes along with event. So event is an object. And then it has all sorts of properties you can pass to it. And then when I use this keyword, it's in reference to what I clicked on. Like if we go back to this right here, this event right here, if I use this keyword inside of here, it's in reference to the item, the button that I clicked on. You did cover it? Okay, I didn't know if you covered it or not. I don't think it's on this page, though. You might have just covered it. So let's just say console.log this. So that way we can see the information of what this is inside of this listener when we pass an event to it. And it's being called, listener is being called on button 1. So let's just see what this gives us so that way we can now. So this is button 1. When I click on it, it should give me a console.log of something. You clicked on the button. It didn't. Why did it not? Yeah, that should have worked. Could be one of those quirky things in JavaScript. Well, the event works. There's the event and all the information. Like that, right? I got it right? That's all. Oh, there it is. That was weird. Oh, you know what? No? Maybe I had it cached. Yeah, so let me do it again. I did it the first time you saw it in front of your eyes. And I think I had it cached and it was loading some, so let me do a hard refresh. When I click here, of course it's going to call the function, but you see that this keyword returns to me the actual button that I clicked on. Because remember that we can alter stuff with JavaScript? What if I wanted you to click that button, but then what if I wanted to change the word from click me to it's been clicked? After I clicked on it. So I can do that now that I got this keyword. I can change its value. So this would be inner HTML. Then I could say, so this dot inner HTML is equal to, we clicked it. No, I had it wrong? I heard you. See how I changed the words to it? We clicked it. And I did that by capturing this. Are you saying jokes over there about this? I'm missing them all. Probably for good reasons, because I get sidetracked so easily. So, listener, not listening, listener, console.log, this, what I clicked on. That's how this works in this instance. Sorry for using this so much. But in this instance, it's like button.addEvents, click, listener calls that one. Well, that happens when I clicked on it. This is in reference to the item I clicked on. So now I can change its inner HTML. So we clicked it. And that's how all that works, where here it's click me, and then it changes. We clicked it. Because I have access to this. So you see how it's like, well, why would I use this? Because of stuff like this. Like that. It's so hard to talk about this. With that. So it's not, I don't know if it's frowned upon, but I've done that, what I'm about to say. No?
I know what you're doing.
Var that equals this. Well, it's hard because when you have event handlers inside an object, but you want to reference the original object, I think the only counter to that is I just probably call the object itself by name. Because whenever I use this keyword, I get stuck. And it's like, why is it returning the button? Oh, because I'm inside an event. And I meant to access something in the object itself. Oh, gosh. My. Did you see my on that code? You're what? Well, self always throws me off. Self always throws me off. I want to say self is for what? Static. Yeah. I think I've used it, and I don't know that I've used it correctly. Moving on. Well, I'm just waiting. I think they're copying what I put up here so that way they could do it and run it. So I was leaving it. So thank you. Moving on. Bom, ba, bom, dom. So I think one thing I failed to mention real quick, you know, how we were talking about new number and stuff like this. Number is a type, and it comes from the number class. Boolean is a type, and it comes from the Boolean class. Object, let me say object. String, same thing, string object. Let's move on to JSON. JSON notation. JavaScript object notation, also known as JSON. So a lot of times you'll see JSON is how we carry data back and forth. You heard me talking about us doing some type of JSON notation to have data that kind of holds all these dates and stuff like that we can pull and then alter and format. So JSON is a JavaScript object notation. You've also heard of the word kind of like XML, and that's kind of like the Microsoft kind of notation for data. Well, JavaScript has one. It looks a lot nicer, I think, than XML does. And we can pass objects and arrays. and values and properties and stuff like that to it. And just think of it as the other thing that you'll see it hear us talking about is APIs, which is an application programming interface, like with Google Maps. They allow you to access their data. And the way they return the data is in a JSON format. And you're going to need to be able to read what a JSON format is and how you can pull apart the information from JSON. And it's very easy. It could look complicated at first, like something like this. But you can break it down. And just remember that this has really, there's no functionality to this. It's more of a notation. It's more of a, hey, I have data in this file. It's a JSON file. Well, let me write a program that I can interface with this and pull that data. What's up? That's the real Corey, FYI. Yeah, that's the real Corey. We have another Corey in this class. Yeah, but sure, man. You are. Yeah, no problem. That's the real Corey. Fake. Yeah. That's the real Slim Corey. Still works. Still works. So, JSON, object notation, the way we decipher and read this is curly braces is an object. Hey, that's easy to remember. Remember I was saying earlier when I do like var char is equal to curly braces? That's the reason why. So that way I always remember that curly braces is an object. That's one of the reasons why. And then, of course, brackets is an array. That's easy to remember. We've been using that this whole time. So when you see this notation, you can read it and you can say, hey, that's an array. These are properties. It's kind of like variables. Hey, name one is value. And you see this key value pair going on. This is the key, this is the value. This is the key, this is the value. And remember, guys, this has no functionality. This is just a notation. This is the way pass data across. This is the way that databases sometimes output data. And then with your code, whether it's PHP or JavaScript or any other language, can read this data, and then you can format your page and then input this data on this page. So this is just a data notation. Has no functionality. But I can give you this data notation. You can kind of say, hey, that's how that object is built. The value of the property can be a quoted string. There's a string. It could be a number with no quotes. It could be another object. It can be an array. It can be true or false or null. And those are the things we can pass to this data notation. And this is how one would look like. Trust me, this is a small one compared to the ones I've seen. They get a lot larger than this. And the reason we're showing you this is because this is JavaScript data notation, but then JavaScript gives us keys to be able to access this, gives us methods to be able to access this and pull the data from this data notation. But taking what we know, let's try to read this one. It starts with the object. This is a data object. Got my curly braces. That tells me it's an object. Then it starts with the key value pair. The next line is string prop. So there's a string value for it. It's a string. Next one is a number property. It's just a number with no quotes. See how I have this object property? It starts with the curly braces. This is the key for it. And that's how you get down into it, property, and then its value. So I can have an object inside an object. Inside of an object. Inside another one. Array. This is how an array would look like in a data notation. I have the key. I have the colon, which that separates the key from the value. And then I just have bracket and all the items. Check the next one out. I have another array. And it starts with bracket. That's how I know it's an array. You see the bracket right here in the bracket? Then that array is an array of objects. See? object, curly brace. And then you see how I comma separate all of this. That's one thing I failed to mention, is that you want to make sure that you comma separate each value of this data notation. Comma, comma. This one's another data notation. There's the comma. Data notation, there's the comma. Comma, comma. We don't put a comma on the last one. It'll work some browsers, but it won't work in Internet Explorer. Thank you, Microsoft. So here's a Boolean property, which is true, and then there's a null property, which is just null. So this is kind of an example of what a JSON notation data would look like, and how you would decipher it and figure out what it is. It's like I have this object, it has strings, it has numbers, it has objects inside of it, and then the whole thing with arrays, an array of object is why I saved this for. I didn't think we were going to get there. Yeah. So what I no what it looks a little, yeah, it does look a little different. But like if I were to put this in a file, that's the way I would do it. Just like that, and then notice the extension. .json. The file name's up here. Well, we're going to get into that later. We're just talking about data notation. When you would call it, you're going to set a variable equal to the call, and the call returns this value. And then you're going to access it through that variable. Well, in JSON, in JavaScript, the way I would do it, the only thing about going from JavaScript to this is the quotes. Yeah, that's how I would do it. Yeah, that's how I would do it for it to be tied to a variable. But those are two ways that you would see it. Here, it's kind of like, hey, I'm creating this object test, and it has all this stuff inside of it. Properties. It has number. It has another object. It's an array. I can do that, right? Can I do that? Right? That's how I make. Yeah. It's been a while. Why did it put that in there? Oh, because it's in there. Thank you, Sublime. So you see how, if you think about it, this test started off kind of like this. Right? Same thing here. I got to make sure I have my semicolon. Started off like this, but then I filled it in with kind of like a JSON notation format. So look at line number 31 and line number 34. Those are exactly the same thing. Line number 31, test.stringProp, that's the key. There's its value. It's the same thing as this test is an object, and then I have a string, colon, string value. It's another way of doing it. Say it again? Yeah. Except this would be number prop. This would be 1. Say again? It doesn't matter which one you do. This gets more into this is JSON notation. A lot of times I'll start an object and I have this kind of stuff going on because I know that, hey, there's the start of the object, there's the bottom of the object, and then I have all my methods and functionalities in here. It's easier to read, yeah, and not only that, but I know, hey, I'm going to do this whole object and it's going to be full of stuff. So then I'll use that as opposed to this. That as opposed to this one. Oh, these are, it's the same thing. I'm saying that this is the same thing as this. Well, they're in the same file, so no. What I'm saying is that if you were going to do, you could do either one of these. Yeah. Yeah. So let me see if I can show you something that I did and see if it makes sense now. Hopefully it does. So when I made this slide drawer function, see right here, this var drawer, I made a drawer object. And then this is a key right here, init. And then it has a function with parameters inside of it. And then you go and do all of this stuff. And you see this comma separated right here? Because it's part of that object. And then I went on to the next function. Like for all the setting of the objects? You can. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah. And then at the same time, this block of JSON, when it's returned to you like this, is just a bunch of data. And a structure. There's a structure to this data. And I'm saying that when you hit an API. Like when you hit Google's Maps and they're returning to you data, you can have it return like this. So that way you can go through there and actually nail down to all the data that you need to do. And it's a way for them to structure the data. Questions on this JSON notation? Only Internet Explorer, as far as the last comma, right here. Yeah. Oh, it's for your user, not you. Yeah. Just because you don't have Internet Explorer doesn't mean, oh, yeah, I don't have it. Let me put it there. It means for the user. Yeah. So they're all comma separated, and then the last one we don't put a comma on it. So Ruth, what denotes an object? Curly braces. Frank, what denotes an array? Brackets. Chris, what denotes an integer? Like a number. Just the number itself, no quotes. And then, of course, you can pass true as a bool, and then null as null. Oh, cool. So let's create car. We created this car, and we were messing with car, right? Started at the top. So if I were going to make car now, I would do var car is equal to, then I start my brackets. Then I say its make is Toyota, comma, because we had a comma. Model is Camry, tires are 4, and it does honk, and that's a function. And then alert, we honk, just like so. What do I add? If I'm going to add some more functionality, what do I put right here? Semicolon, comma. Then I put something else. It starts, hopefully. And of course we alert, vroom. And yeah. And then I add a semicolon at the end of that object. That I just made that car the same way we've been making it this whole time. To me, it does too. Yeah. However, like let's say you have that, and let's say later down in the code you're doing stuff, but you want to add stuff. There's nothing wrong with doing car and doing color equals, blue. And it added it to the same object. Now, it's as if this had a property color. So there is use case for this too. So you do code, and then you say, oh, because of this code, now I got to add color to the car. And you can add it to that object. So you see the use case for both. It's like both are needed, both are used. Of course, the first way is how you would do it the first time. It's like, why didn't you have a color before? Well, because the factory wasn't ready. I had to do code, and maybe the factory's ready now, and then now I add the color later. And it still added it to the object. And link it to your page, not with the knowledge you have now, no. You're going to have to access it a different way. Yeah, good question. Questions? Good questions, guys. Whew, good question day. Yeah. Open up my preferences. Okay. Oh, yeah. I was like, what are you pointing at, man? What are you getting at? So Sublime reads JSON data. What data type is number 8? Integer. And what data type is number 5, Ryan? Line 5. Boolean. Yeah. Number 2, Jacob? Yeah. So these are all data types that we're passing. Yes?
And actually, you're talking about the comma being optional at the end.
Yeah.
One will complain if you put a comma on my name.
Let's do it. Let's break my Sublime. Error, trying to parse settings just because of a comma. Pesky little comma. So last item, no comma. Just get used to that because, for those use cases. Some will parse it, others will not. Just to be on the safe side, don't do it. Good example. Thanks, Ben. I wanted to find a Google API example, but I'm probably going to find it during the exercise. Or something that we could just do a get on. So exercise. Okay, questions though? Any more questions on JSON? Create an HTML file, objects JSON underscore JS.html. Copy and paste the code below and view your results in the browser. What you're going to do is you're going to actually create a books JSON data that's going to that this is going to read from, and you're going to finish this off. So you're going to create an object books, and then you're going to create for it to have authors. You're going to create for it to have author names, book titles, and is there a book number? Oh yeah, book number. You can add pages if you want to, extra credit since you're being graded. So go ahead and get started. I'm going to try to find another JSON example. Yes? Question? Oh, at your computer. Got you. Of course, guys, when lunch comes around, y'all guys can go grab lunch. Keep working on this exercise. Real quick, I was going to show you a quick tool if you guys can look. This is an API call that returns JSON data. I have an extension called JSON View in Chrome. When I enable it, it makes this nice and pretty. So it's called JSON View. And that's what JSON will look like pulling from an API. This is just an example, but just so that way you can see how this is used. JSON View. Yeah, it's a Chrome extension. Yeah, so when you hit JSON data from a browser, this is kind of what it looks like. But with this extension, it makes it look nice. And then you could toggle this stuff like this, like you could toggle these objects. Kind of cool. Anyway, at lunchtime, you're free to go get lunch. Continue working, and then I'll tell Chris that you're probably still going to be working on this a little bit after.
Good afternoon, Codeup. How are y'all doing? I am excellent on this fine Friday. Y'all ready to talk about all the things you did this week? All the things. It hasn't been that long of a week, right? Got to start on Tuesday? I know. So, it's pretty good. All right, so I have a list up here of things that I think that you all might want to talk about. So we can kind of look at these, and then we can add or remove as appropriate based on what you all want to cover. Okay? Oh, I'm sorry. No, I didn't write that. No, I actually put it up on the projector. I normally have been writing it up here, so I was trying to trick you there. Yeah. All right. So looping through arrays in JavaScript versus PHP. It's a little bit different. We have some different options available. I just wanted to go over that, make sure you guys understand those. Function scope in JavaScript versus PHP. There's quite a few differences there, several gotchas. Something you guys feel like you might want to talk about? Sound okay? Okay. And then kind of a review of maybe being able to interact with the user with JavaScript. There's several different ways we can do that, whether we want to just show them a message or ask them a question or maybe have them input some things. We can also do things like execute code after a certain amount of time, or maybe continually execute it at a given interval, things like that. We'll talk about that again. We know that y'all learned how to locate elements in the page based on either IDs or classes or element types. Might go over that just a little bit. And then we will kind of do a brief review on how to call a function when you interact with an element on a page. There's a lot of times where that's really useful, and you guys kind of know how to do that. I just want to make sure you guys understand the terminology and just kind of the point behind that. Jacob, what's up? Yeah. Yep. You know, I would have to think of one where one is more appropriate than the other, but we can definitely talk about it and kind of go over a... There definitely, there has to be. It just adds more flexibility, but to think of one that makes a whole lot of sense, like I need to think about it for a little bit. So, but let me just write down a note, and we'll definitely talk about it a little bit more. So, let's see. So we want to talk about event handling order. All right. And I also wanted to talk about kind of associative arrays and what that looks like in JavaScript. Now you guys are getting into objects and JSON, right? The current lesson. So we'll hold off on that for just a little bit, and then we'll kind of wrap around, and once we get there, I'll give you time to make sure you have this exercise finished. Some of you are probably still working on that. It's totally fine. So, anything you want me to add to this list that I didn't kind of pick up on as I went through all the things that you covered this week? No? Jacob? Yeah, okay, so let's talk about that when we talk about scope. Yeah, that's an interesting one. I could definitely have some gotchas with that. So. Anything else y'all want me to add? If you don't think of it now, it's okay. As we go through this, feel free to ask any questions you have. All right? All right, so looping through arrays in JavaScript versus PHP. So I'm just going to go through these in order. So what did y'all observe that is a difference between the looping functionality we have in PHP versus what we have in JavaScript? You guys make any observations there? You think it's easier in JavaScript? That's good. So I don't know, is it easier in JavaScript, or was it just easier the second time around? Okay. All right. Excellent. Okay. All right. Well, I'm glad that you found JavaScript easier. I think, in general, JavaScript is definitely easy to get started with. And it's nice that you can just test it in the browser. Makes it really good. So, any observations besides it being easier that y'all made about the differences between looping with JavaScript or PHP, particularly like for type loops, things like that? Corey? It is different, yes. And you were going to say that, weren't you, Jill? So yeah, the for each syntax is different. Do you want to describe the differences? Yeah, that hash rocket. We don't have that, right? Yeah. So if we look at that, let's look at a couple examples. I've got a couple prepared for y'all. So this is like a for each loop in PHP, right? And then this is the same thing with JavaScript. So I basically took the JavaScript exercise and I converted it to PHP. And we can actually do that together as we go through it. But the main thing is, by now, y'all know that when you have something like this and you say dot, right, what are we doing? What does that make shapes? It's an array, but in JavaScript, it's really a what? It's an object, right? And for each, what does that make for each in JavaScript? If this is an object, and we're saying dot something, what does that make for each? Yeah, it's a method. So, yeah. So we have the object shapes, which is an array, and then we say dot, and we're calling a method, and that method is for each. So notice the distinctive difference between a method available on an array type object in JavaScript versus kind of a native language construct in PHP, right? Like for each, we just write it as if we were writing for, if, or else, like all these built-in language things, right? So for each isn't a method, right? It's a built-in feature of the language. But in JavaScript, for each is actually a method that we're calling on an object. Y'all understand that difference? So when you're writing out the syntax, obviously we need to write it differently. And Corey, you made the point that it's a little more succinct in JavaScript. And I think it seems that way just because it's kind of natural that you have an array and you want to do the for each loop and you're just kind of calling that function and passing those parameters. With PHP, really we're only using the for each loop when we have arrays anyway, right? So you're not necessarily losing any functionality in JavaScript. It's just different syntax for the same thing. What's that? All right. So if I run these, I can run both the PHP and the JavaScript version. Let's try that out and see what we get. So this is the JavaScript array version. I can run that in my browser. If I say arrays.html, I look at my console. Hopefully I get some nice output. There we go. All right. So I was able to run this code in my browser and get that output we expected, just looping through this array with a for each loop. And all that's happening because this for each method, it takes in a function of its own that it's going to call for every element in that array. It's going to call it, and it's going to pass these things: the element, the index, and the entire array. So we have access to all those within that function. Does everybody understand how that works? Are there any questions on what's going on there? Okay, excellent. All right, and then I'll run this PHP one, and we would expect, let's see, I'm going to have to vagrant SSH. I get very similar output via PHP, right? The code looks a little different, but really we have the same functionality. So in PHP, we say shapes as key value, or here index element, right? That's just like here. We get the element and the index passed into this function. And then we also have access to this whole array. In PHP, if we wanted access to the whole array, we have that too. We could just call the shapes array, right? So everything's there. it is really nice to just be able to run it in your browser, isn't it? So change something, hit refresh, you're good. So otherwise, yeah, you're going in, Vagrant, CDing to the right directory, and then running it. Takes a little more time. It's not too bad, right? And when we get to combining PHP and HTML, it'll be very similar. You'll just change your PHP code, you'll refresh your page, and it'll be almost as if you were running something right there on the client side. But you just get to see the change immediately. You'll like it. All right. So the next thing on the list was function scope in JavaScript versus PHP. Now this one, I remember when I was first learning the differences, whatever, it was kind of confusing. And as a newcomer to both languages, I would expect that trying to understand scope and know how to use it within two different languages that you're learning at the same time has got to be a little bit difficult, right? Now, let's look at an example in PHP of something that's going to talk about scope. So I declare here what I'm referring to as global var, and I have a message here, hello from global. And I have this function called say hello, and I'm going to echo that global var with a PHP end of line. And then here I just call that function so it can do whatever it's supposed to do, right? So can anyone tell me what they predict the output will be if I run this code? Okay, hello from global. All right, anyone else? An error. What do you think the error might be? That's absolutely right. So Josh says we might get an error here that says global var is undefined. So this is the concept of scope in PHP, which is very different from JavaScript, which we'll see in just a minute. If this were JavaScript, we would get exactly what you said, Phil, the hello from global var. But in PHP, function scope works differently, right? This function in PHP is like its own isolated area of code. Remember when you can have it out there, but if you want access to it in the function, you can't get to it unless you pass it in, right? Remember when we talked about the example with the grocery list function in PHP, and we said we were going to pass things in? And if we didn't pass in those instructions, when we call that function, we say, hey, here's your instructions. If we don't give it to them, it doesn't get them. There's no way to go outside and get those, right? So let me just run this and make sure that we're really correct here. PHP scope.php, undefined variable global var on line 7, and that's referring to this line right here. All right, so if I want to be able to have access to this variable, yeah, so how would I do that, Phil? All right, so that's one way. If I do this, so you're saying just do that, and then try running it, right? Let's try that. As we expect, that would work, all right? And tell me a different way. How else do you think I could do this? What if I want to be able to call this multiple times and give different messages? Like maybe we change this to say hello from, and I say something like hi from, something like that. And then we'll say like name. So if I want to say hello from you, and like if I put this here, that's not going to work, right? What would I want to change to be able to make this work? And later on, I want to say hello from someone else. What might I do? Anyone? Jake? Yeah, so I could say name right here, right? And then whatever gets passed into the function will be accessible inside the function. So then I can say $name here, or I could even say, well, I'm just going to put a name in there, right? And now when I call this, we can actually get those messages. Does that make sense? Anybody have any questions about that? So this is scope in PHP, right? If you have a function and you don't pass something into the function's not going to have access to it. Corey? Are there global functions? There is a concept of global variables in PHP, but it's kind of a discouraged practice. So we're not gonna tell you how to do that intentionally, because like when I write code, I don't ever use it, because if you use it, you're just gonna run into problems a lot of places in your code. So we would intentionally have you not use that feature. Good question, though. Any other questions about this? All right, I've got a question for you. So here, if I have something like shapes here, right, and I come in and I tried to maybe do something like var dump $shapes inside these brackets, is that going to work? So I'll either get the whole array or I won't get anything, right? So let's run it and see what happens. So if I say PHP arrays, so look at that. It's looping through, and every loop iteration, it dumps the whole array, right? So we talked about function scope, right? Inside the curly braces of the function, we can't get to stuff from outside. But this is not a function, right? It's just a for each loop. So for each, I have access to the things that were declared above it. But in a function, I don't. So now we could expand this, and we could say, what if I put a function around this, right? Then I'm creating function scope, and it wouldn't have access to anything outside. So once you have a function, you're only going to be able to get to stuff in that scope. But the for each loop doesn't create function scope. So things will trickle down into that. Jacob? Yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of I understand where you're going with that. It's kind of a different thing, but when we wrap around to the JavaScript functions and stuff, I can talk about it. Yeah, so Jacob's bringing up a point that there's the idea of like the self-invoking anonymous functions in JavaScript, and sometimes we will use those to make sure that a block of our code doesn't get interfered with from other code, or doesn't like kind of blocking interference both ways, right? And I'll kind of talk about that and explain why that's actually happening. So hopefully it'll make a little more sense. In PHP, like whenever we declare a function, we have like a whole new scope, so we don't really have to worry about it so much. So, yeah. All right, so I want to change up this example a little bit, and I want to talk about different ways that we could abuse the scope in PHP that we shouldn't be doing. Even though PHP will allow it, it's not good practice. And there are other languages that if you get into, that it totally won't work in. So just to expand on our discussion of scope, I'll go over some of those. So let's just change this code. We'll say $is admin, or actually let's say username equals Chris. $is admin equals true if is admin. $message equals greetings to admin $username. Else Greetings. All right, how does this code look? I don't know, is it going to work? Looks like it probably will, right? Let's run it and see what happens. Greetings to admin Chris. It works. So here I've declared a variable and initialized its value inside an if or inside an else, and then above that scope, I echo it, right? And PHP says, hey, I'm cool with that, right? Like, since we don't have any function declared in here, just pretend that this is all one big function, right? So you're in that function scope, and you're getting these messages, and everything looks good. This works in PHP, but in other languages, not in JavaScript. Like, JavaScript is not a good example, but in like languages like Java or C or C++ or C#, all these other languages, this totally won't work. Because when I declare a variable inside a block level scope created by like an if, an else, a for, all these things, that variable doesn't exist outside that scope. But PHP says, hey, I only care about function scope, so I'm going to let you do that. But if I looked at this code, I would say, this is abuse of scope. Right? It works in PHP, but it's not really using scope properly. So what I would suggest here is, we need to do something to correct this. Stop abusing this scope. How might you refactor this code to stop abusing the scope? Any ideas? Josh? So that would be one option. I can do that, and if I do that, I'm going to have to duplicate the code like that, right? So what might be a cleaner way than that? This would totally work, and it does eliminate the problem we had with scope. I certainly can do that, yep. But for the sake of this, let's keep the message and say it's echoed somewhere else where I can't do that. Because like if we later on, we're going to separate all our PHP code from our views. So we'll have like this thing model view controller going, which you'll understand later. But let's just assume we have to keep that data and view separation. All right. So my suggestion, all you have to do is declare the message up here. You can initialize it to empty string, whatever you want. And down here, I'll get rid of these. That fixed it, okay? Now to take it a step further, what I might do is I might do this. I might say, hey, you know what, my message, I'm going to default to whatever, and then I'm going to override it if I should. And the code actually got cleaner. The scope kind of, the issues with scope went away. And all in all, the code looks really good. Yeah, I think it really does improve readability. I agree, Jacob. So does the concept of kind of the potential for scope abuse in PHP make sense? And you guys understand, like, hey, like it may work here, but it's not good practice. Don't get used to it. And when you get into other languages, it may get you if you kind of fall into bad practice. Does that make sense? Kind of? If you have a question, let me know. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so the main concept I want to get across here is if you're ever going to declare a variable inside a block of curly braces, don't care what the curly braces are for, and you're going to try to use it a level above those. So I declared it in here, and I tried to use it outside those. declare the variable outside the curly braces, change it inside the curly braces, and then use it outside. So always declare it at the level that you're going to use it at. So let's look at this same example in JavaScript now. And we'll kind of talk about the differences here. So this is the same code that we had when we first looked at the PHP example, but it's in JavaScript. Let me get rid of all of these messages. Because that's just kind of impeding what we can see here. And to order this the same as we had before, it looked just like that. So we declare a global variable. We have a say hello function, and we say alert global var, and then we say hello. So what do we get? Yeah, so we say, look, I'm global. So let's run that and make sure that that's correct. All right, so we got our message. So this is working distinctively different than PHP, right? Because PHP has function level scope, and if I declare something outside that function, the only way to get it is to pass it in. But in JavaScript, I'd refer to it as like trickle-down scope. So if I declare a variable, and there's a scope of a function or whatever, below it, it's going to trickle down. It doesn't trickle up, but it trickles down, right? So that's why we have access to this global variable, but we have it inside this function scope. So everybody sees the difference there at least, right? Yep, it's going to trickle right down in there. And there's goods and bads about that, right? So, I don't know, it makes your code easier and harder at the same time. Kind of interesting. So, Jacob, you wanted to talk about, okay, there was something else though. Hoisting. So, hoisting is kind of an interesting concept because when we use variables in a JavaScript function, essentially, JavaScript is going to take and move any declarations that we make anywhere inside the function all the way to the top. That's basically the summary of hoisting. Yep. So as we go through this function, if we declare a variable here, we come down, we do a bunch of other stuff, we declare more. JavaScript takes all those, bundles them up together, and it brings them all the way to the top and declares them. So kind of interesting. It's like, it's kind of helping with what could be like the problem we discussed in PHP where we should have our variables declared at the top level of the scope we're going to use them in. It's trying to do a good thing, and it's kind of doing that for you. But that creates some weird behavior, right? Because if I do something like var global var equals test, and let's say, let me follow the exact example you had in your lesson material, because I think that was a good one. So let's see, functions, scope. All right. Yeah, thank you. All right, so there we go. So we are just alerting it twice. So let's declare that. All right, so let's try this. All right, so we're alerting global var both at the beginning and the end of this function. And in the middle of it, we've redeclared this global var as a local variable inside this function, right? So we trickle down, we don't trickle up. So now we've got this variable kind of redefined inside here. Let's see what we get. So we get undefined, and then we get test. So we get undefined first, and then we get test. And the weird thing about this is, like, why do we get undefined, right? And the answer to that is this hoisting issue that really what JavaScript is doing is it's saying something like var global var, and then global var equals test. So basically, you've hoisted the declaration of this all the way to the top. Then you tried to echo it, and it said, well, you didn't initialize it to anything, so there's nothing in there. And then you set it to a value, and then you echoed it. And that's exactly what JavaScript has done for you behind the scenes. But it creates weird results when you look at it, and you're like, oh, I get undefined, but it has a value. Does everybody understand that? So it seems like JavaScript's trying to do a good thing, but it just creates some weird results in certain cases. That would be interesting. Like, please declare all your variables at the top of the function. Like, yeah. Honestly, out of good habit, like, that's what you should be trying to do anyway. Just declare the variables you're going to use at the top of the scope that you're going to use them in. Because if you start reviewing code, it's so much easier if they have all the variables that are going to be used and changed throughout that function at the top. Because right when you look at it, you know exactly what's going on. You say, oh, here's the things I have to deal with. Like if we look back at this, like, oh, look, here's the things I have to deal with, right? And you don't have to look through the function and be like, oh, well, there's 30 variables declared here, and they're like all strewn about, right? It makes it really confusing. So declaring things at the top is a great practice. JavaScript's enforcing it. So. All right. Okay, so now we're going to get into kind of built-in features with the DOM and BOM in JavaScript. Does that mean something to you all by now? Yeah? So does anyone want to tell me about the DOM and BOM? What's all that about? Okay, not bad. Anyone else want to expand on it? Joe, did you want to say something? Yeah, so the DOM is the document object model, right? So that's representing the document. And then the BOM is the browser object model, which is actually the browser itself that's containing that document. So you had it right on, you know, one's containing the other. Just more specifically about what they do. So if I said, if you want to access the BOM in JavaScript, how are you doing that? If you want to get access to the BOM. Yeah, you're calling window dot something, right? That's giving you access to features of the browser. Yeah, so if I'm calling the DOM, I say document dot something, right? And we can actually say window dot document if we wanted to be more specific, because like you said, one really is, it's like a hierarchy, right? But in modern browsers, we can actually just say document and it knows what we're talking about. So using DOM and BOM functions, I'm going to ask you all, how can I do several different things? And this is kind of just a review of the things that you covered, all the different functions that are available there. So if I wanted to ask a user a yes-no question, how might I do that? So I heard two different things, alert and confirm. Those are two different methods, right? Where are they, on the document or on the window? Or on the window. Do I have to say window dot? I actually don't. I could just say alert or prompt or confirm, right? So when I'm referring to functions on the window, I actually have access to them without saying window dot something. But I could say window dot something if I wanted to be very specific. JavaScript is going to assume like that anything that is in the window basically becomes like in the scope of all your code. So you have access to all the functions that would be on window without referring to the window itself. So back to the original question. If I wanted to ask a yes or no question, I heard alert and then confirm, right? So alert, it's going to have to be confirm, right? So these are pretty intuitive, but the good thing is if you ever forget, it's easy to go look up. As long as you understand that these things are available, that's the main thing you need to know. You don't need to memorize every function that's available. I certainly don't know them all. but I know the ideas of the things that I can do. And if you know what you can do, searching and finding how to do it is easy. So if I wanted to say, hey, do you want to log out, right? I would probably say confirm, right? And if I wanted to surround that by a block of code that would allow me to make a decision, how might I do that? So do you want to log out? And if you say yes, right, then I want to actually process the log out. Otherwise, I don't want to do anything. So what might I do with my code to actually allow that to happen? What's that code going to look like? Don't make it too complicated. I'm trying to keep it really... How do I check something in code? I actually don't need an event for this. I could use events. What did you say? An if-else, right? That's all I'm looking for. So I can literally say if, confirm, and a message, and if they click yes, it's going to do what's inside the if block, right? So let's try it. So I will just edit some of this code that I've got here, and let's say if, confirm, do you want to log out? Alert, okay, logging you out. And then all right, so if confirmed, do you want to log out? It's going to say, okay, logging you out. And then it's going to direct me to Google. And if I don't click OK, what's it going to do? It's not going to do anything, right? It's just going to stay there. So I'll be like, lovely. All right, let's try to run that. So do you want to log out? No. All right, it didn't do anything. Do you want to log out? I do. Okay, logging you out. There we go, right? So not bad. So all I needed to do was say, hey, I'm going to ask the user a question, but I'm going to take action as a result of that question. Well, I've got a yes or a no path there, so I'm going to use an if. And I don't even need the else in this case. Yeah, so like this.
Or even instead of alert, okay. Or this instead of alert,
Like that? Let's try it. All right, do you want to log out? Cancel, doesn't do anything. Do you want to log out? Seriously? Do you really want to log out? Okay, adios for now. Yeah? That's okay. All right, so everybody understand how to use confirm, alert, and just kind of the basic idea that we can just tell the user, hey, here's an alert, or hey, do you want to do this, yes or no? Or we can even do a third thing. What's that? Prompt. And what is that going to do for us? It's going to ask the user a question, and it's going to let them type in an answer, not just click yes or no, okay or cancel, right? It's going to say, what's your name? And then you could type in your name, and then that variable or that value is going to come in, and you could store that as a variable and actually use it somehow. So kind of three things we can do: basic interaction, and we're doing that as a result of calling functions on what? What object? The window, right? Does that make sense to everybody? So we're using BOM functionality, we're using functions on the window object, and we're able to interact with the user in several different ways. Any questions on any of that? Awesome. All right. So the next thing I want to talk about is the ability to execute code that keeps happening, maybe every second, or maybe that happens one time but after a delay, right? There's a lot of cases where we can do different things that we're going to want that code to just keep executing, right? So JavaScript provides some nice ways for us to do that. So if I told you I want code to execute one time and I want it to happen after 5 seconds, does anyone think that they could write that code? So I would, yeah. It is. It was interesting, yes, it is. All this stuff is so interesting though, isn't it? Incredibly, that's a great answer, I like it. All right, how daring are y'all on Friday afternoon? Does anyone want to come and try to write the code out on the whiteboard? No? Nobody has to, but I'm just giving it as an option. And everyone is going to be super encouraging and super helpful and help you through it and probably even clap whether you get it right or wrong. I'm just saying. Does anyone want to come and do a code example on the board in front of everybody? Come on up! No, I know. I'm just picking on you. All right. So I asked the question. I said, I want a certain piece of code to be executed after the page loads, but I want to wait 5 seconds. And I want to say, greetings, user. Anyone want to give it a shot? No? All right. All right, let's just do it together. It's okay. All right, so can anyone... Well, you guys, come on. I know you can do this. I know you can do it. So let's say... All right, let's talk about it. So what does interval imply to you? Time, right? It repeats. Yeah, so set interval is going to let us set a time, and it's going to repeat at that interval. But set timeout, a timeout is like, I set my kitchen timer and it buzzes, right? It's not going to buzz at an interval. It's just going to buzz once, and that's it. So set timeout is like setting a timer on your oven, and then it beeps. And that's what we want to do here. We just want it to happen one time. I don't know what we're talking about. Now you got me confused. Okay. So let's just talk about it from a really basic level. So I think you might be making it too complicated. Completely possible. All right. Well, we'll make it easy and we'll try to do it. Sound good? All right. So if I want to call the set timeout method to be able to create this timer, right? Think of it just like setting a timer on your microwave, your oven, whatever. I'm going to do that in JavaScript, okay? And, well, let's just set the timeout. We won't worry about anything else. So how do I set a timeout? The magical function, set timeout, right? So it's just a function. So there we go, set timeout. It's not going to do anything, right? Not yet, because I got to pass the instructions to the function, right? What instructions does set timeout do? Does it take? It takes first a function. What am I going to do after this timer buzzes, right? And then it says, well, how long is the timer set for? So it takes a function and an interval, or a time. So we can do function. We'll just pretend we're writing a function right in line, right? And then I could put a comma for the next parameter, and I could say 1,000. That's going to happen after how many seconds? 1. But if I want it to be 5, I could say 5,000. And so whatever code I put in here is going to be executed after 5 seconds. And I just want to say alert. Greetings, user. Lovely. Yeah? That's not bad, right? Yeah. So I did. I just put it right in there. Because that's what I want to happen. You got it. Not bad, right? Okay, let's try it. I could be making this up. That'd be pretty mean. I know you're like, oh, this is great. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, please. Not bad, right? All right, so this is a very basic example. It will not. It's only going to do it once. What if I want it to happen every 5 seconds? I'm going to really annoy this user. Let's change this, first of all, to a console log. And it's going to log it out, so I don't keep getting these alert boxes. No? No. That's just going to log it down here instead of popping it up top. So watch. And any second now. There we go. But it's only going to do it once. So how do I make it keep happening? Only have to change one word in there. Set interval, right? I just call a different function here. And let's change this to 1 second instead of 5 seconds so we don't have to wait so long. And you see how we just get the counter here? What Chrome does is if it's going to log the same message instead of logging it again, it just counts how many times it's seen that message. So it's doing it. Yeah. All right. Now that gets a little more complicated, right? So if we want to clear that, first of all, we need to know what we're clearing, right? We're clearing the interval, but what interval are we clearing? The one that we set right here, right? How do we keep a handle on that one that we set? So it's like, I've got my kitchen timer. This is my kitchen timer, because I don't have one, right? So I set the timer, right? And if I set the timer and I don't keep the handle to it, I can't get to it. How do I stop the timer? I don't have the timer, right? What do I do? This is what we just did. We set the timer and we threw it away. And now I can't get back to it. So how do I keep a hold of this timer so that you set it and I'm like, oh, turn it off. I don't want to have this anymore. No. I just set it to a variable, right? So handily enough, this set interval function happens to return something, right? It gives me back something. When I set that interval, it gives me the timer it's set. You say, Windows, set me an interval. It goes like this, and it says, here's the timer, hold on to it. And you have a choice to keep it or throw it away. Just don't hit anyone with it. That's why I threw it this way. That'd be terrible if like, oh, she's like, boom, Jill's like, oh! All right, so you remember the first thing you said to me when I started to set an interval or a timeout, you said var interval ID, right? You were onto something. Okay. Yeah, so we're setting intervals, so we say interval ID. This is the equivalent of you holding that timer in your hand so you can do something with it later. Does that make sense? Oh, all right, I'm good. I know, right? If they shot out everywhere, that'd be fun for everyone. Yeah. Give entertainment to the people watching the live stream. All right, so now we've held on to this timer, right? And now we can do something. What can we do? No, I want to stop the timer. Abort. Clear interval. So I call a function called clear interval. And what do I need to give it as instructions? I need to give it the handle to the timer that I was using, and that is stored in interval ID, right? So if I run this, what's going to happen? I get no messages. No messages. Because you set the timer for 1 second, and immediately you hand it off and you clear it. It didn't even get to go off once, right? Does that make sense to everybody? All right, so now what we'll do a Mission Impossible test here. Let's see. All right. Yeah, I know. I should get like a little sound loop and play it in the background. So, I know. We could use Ben's timer script in here. But what we're going to do is we're going to say bar designation timer equals 10. So it's going to explode in 10 seconds. So we're going to have this, and we're going to say we're going to set the interval to the detonation timer, right? And we need to change it from seconds to what? To milliseconds. So what am I going to do? Multiply by what? Multiply by 1,000, right? So I can do that, and now I'm able to declare these in seconds. But when I actually use them, I'm going to use them as milliseconds. Does that make sense? Just makes it more intuitive, so I can declare that up here because I'm the bad guy, and I want to set the timer, and I just want to set it for seconds. I really don't understand anything about milliseconds. So that's because I'm the bad guy, right? So I'm just going to set it for seconds, and in 10 milliseconds, that'd just be cruel, right? There's really no chance to diffuse that. I've never seen a 10 millisecond timer in a movie because that would really, there would be no suspense. I know. Like, may as well just boom. Like, yeah. Y'all are really going with this. I love it. All right. So detonation timer, 10 seconds. So what I want to do now is I want to have this countdown going, and I want to know if this thing is going to detonate, right? So let's put some logic in here that is going to actually count. It's going to count down, and then when it gets to 0, it's bad thing, right? But we're going to have to stop that, and we're going to figure out a way to do it, all right? And we don't have to do a for loop. Nope. Well, we'll do an if else. So let's do this. If detonation timer equals 0, we'll console.log say boom. And then we will clear the interval because there's nothing left. So, all right. So basically what we have is we have the detonation going on right here, right? Now we need to put in some logic that says, like, when should I detonate? Yeah, like, well, this is when should I detonate. How do I actually work towards detonation, right? So I'm going to do this. I'm going to say console.log, and we're going to say, like, detonation timer plus ... Right? So it's going to, what's this going to do right now? So let's see, what's it going to do? Oh, it's not doing anything. No, it's going to do it, but it's going to do it every 10 seconds. So we need to change this a little bit. All right. So what we need to do is we need to change this. We need to make this every second. So let's change that. Is it not doing anything? Oh, hold on. No. I expect it to just keep going forever. I must have an error somewhere. All right, so detonation timer equals 10. I set my interval, and I'm going to console log detonation timer. Let's get rid of all this. And if the timer console log boom. Ooh, interesting. Okay, let's see. What's broken? Man, I'm not a good bad guy. I guess that's good. It could be, but I don't think so. Oh, see? So you think that that's actually equal to 0. You may be very right. Oh, no. That's what it is. What is this doing down here? We don't want that. Yeah, just, right? No. Okay. Good call. Good call. Okay. I know. Good work. Well, no, now what he's done is he's armed the bomb. All right. So look what we've got now, right? It just keeps saying 10. That's not what we want, though. What do we want? Yeah, so what are we going to do? After we log the detonation timer, what are we going to do? Yeah, let's do that. Detonation timer minus minus. Bum, bum, bum. And oh, he would just keep alerting? He had to keep clicking OK? Oh, man, I can't do it. Oh, the boom should be an alert. We'll make the boom an alert. Okay, alert the boom. Okay, so let's see. Let's see what we get here. Oh, man. Stop, stop, stop. Ah, abort, abort. Okay, I don't know. Oh, no. Okay, so there's one thing. Look at this. It never said 0, right? Yeah, so we check 0 boom. So it really goes 1 boom. It's kind of messed up, right? So we probably should change the order that we do this in, and we should like just minus minus before we show that, and then it'll show 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, boom. Or we could detonate on -1. That's a great point, Adam. That's great. I love that because you guys, there's so many different ways to do the same thing. It's great. Code is so fun. Okay. Okay. All right. So now what I want to do is the next thing I was going to review was how to locate an element by ID, class, or element, and how to call a function when a particular item is clicked. So I want to use those reviews to create a disarm button for our bomb. And I want to use that code to disarm it when we click it. How does that sound? Okay, so let's do this. So I'm going to go like this, button, and we're going to say disarm. All right, so if I look at that, all right, so we got a button, right? That's a start. I know, there's nothing I can do. Oh, oh, got us twice now. Okay. Man, this is intense. Hopefully this is not really Mission Impossible. So, disarm. I know, this is not good. Okay. Don't let this get around. Okay, so I need your help. I need your help. What do I do to, essentially, I need to do something with this disarm button. I know, I need to clear the interval, but it has to happen when I click disarm. What do I do? How do I make it happen? Corey. It's probably a good idea, right? So Corey says, let's set an ID equals something that I can use to find that button, right? Because I want a way to find it. I could just find it by element name, but it's probably not a good way. What if there's more than one button? And there's like the trick disarm button, right? I don't want to get confused with those. I want the real disarm button. Yeah. All right, we'll do that next. Oh my goodness. Okay. I love this. Y'all are great. So this is intense. Like, this is going to take us all afternoon if we do all that. Yeah, scope creep. It's so true. All right. Okay. So let's focus, because this bomb is not getting any slower or whatever. So This is urgent, okay? I know, we got to do this. I should have set it to like 100 and like we had to do it before it disarmed. Anyway. Okay, so button disarm. So now I want to write some code that's going to get triggered when I click that button. How do I first get a handle to that button? No, it's not. It will be later. Document get element by ID. That's exactly right. So I'm going to say var btn disarm equals document dot get element by ID. Now, one thing I want you to notice is the name of that function, get element singular by ID, right? When we have an ID in a page, we expect there to only be one element with that ID. An ID should be unique in a page. And when JavaScript tries to find something by ID, it's only going to give you back one. What if I tried to find something by class? What's the function called for that? That's exactly right. Get elements. Notice the plural there, by class name. Because when we have a class, we expect there to be more than one, right? Or at least the possibility for that. So it's going to return us an array. This is going to return us a single element, right? All right. So what do I want to put in here to tell it what element I'm going to get? Yeah, the ID, and it's called button disarm. And now I'm storing that as a variable called button disarm. All right, so now what I want to do is I want to create code, like a function, that I can call when that button is clicked. Who can help me do that? No? So the hashtag, I'm interested in this. Like, the hashtag we use for styles, if we want to style the button, right? We can turn it blue or red. We can. We'll do that later, though. Let's get through the disarm first. So I think you're thinking of the styles. However, okay, you're thinking of the styles. Later on, what that could mean when you say, hey, I'm looking at the number sign, could mean we're using jQuery. And you're going to find that the jQuery selectors are just like the CSS selectors, and it's super cool. Makes things so easy. So, all right. So button disarm. How am I going to tie some code to this button? Adam, you got it? You got it, yep. So how can I tie that to that button? Oh, you're right. That's exactly what we want to do. So we want to add an event that's going to look for a click, right, on that button. And when that event is triggered, we want to run our code that's going to clear that interval. So the idea behind taking something the user can interact with on an element and saying we're going to watch that and we're going to wait for it to happen, then we're going to do something. That concept is called an event listener. We're going to add an event listener. It's going to listen for a certain type of event because the browser has tons of events. It has click, it has double click, it has left click, right click, all sorts of different things we can do. On mouse over, on mouse out, right? Tons of events, but we want to focus on a specific event. Here we're just going to say click, right? So we can say btn disarm, and we want to call the function add event listener. All right, so what does the add event listener function take as parameters? Okay, it takes the event, right? The event we're going to listen for. And what are we listening for? Click. What else does it take? A function. What is that function going to do? It can do anything we want, right? But it's going to get called when that event occurs. You got it. So here, we've got our click listener. It's going to call a function. And what we want to do is we want to clear interval ID, and we want to say alert yeah? Bomb. Oh, you disarmed the bomb. That's actually really funny. Oh man, that's so great. Audrey, you're wonderful. Thank you. All right. So maybe like when the bomb explodes, just to go bomb, just like bomb. No, it's the same. I have to like bomb. There we go. All right, there we go. We have an interesting bomb. Disarm the bomb. Okay, love it. Okay, let's try it. Wow, this works with a miracle. All right. Oh, I know, like in the movies, right? All right, hold on. 4, 3. I feel like I'm bidding on eBay. 2, 1. Oh, disarm! We won! Do y'all do that? Like bid snipe on eBay? Like, go, go! I will send this code out to all of you at the end, yeah. All right, so we got it, we got it. Look at that. So we combined a lot of things that y'all did, right? We talked about alerts. We talked about the browser object model and the functions that we can use to interact with the user, how we could set timers, how we could set intervals. And we talked about how we can actually retrieve elements in the document, and then how we can add listeners for certain types of events to those elements, and then write some code that's tied to that, and actually do something cool, like disarm a bomb. Wait, oh, you want it? Okay. I'm a little scared. I don't know. Like, the disarm button's there, and I can click it. It just... Oh, okay, fine. Bomb. All right, that's awesome. So we want to add another button, like the blue or the red button? Oh, man. Okay, so we can totally do all those things if you would like, but I have to ask kind of the class as a consensus. I don't want to go on a rabbit trail if y'all don't want to do that. We're like 1 hour and 10 minutes in on a Friday. It's time for a break for y'all. When you come back from the break, do you want to continue with this? And do you want to put some extra buttons? Like, we've got a no from Adam. So you have the break to convince Adam. But really, if anybody says no, like I don't want to like force you all to review like a lot of stuff that's not going to be helpful to everybody. So if we get a consensus, we'll do it.
Why don't we continue going, and then if we have time at the end, do it?
There's never time at the end. There's never time at the end. All right, so... All right, the last review thing that I'm going to talk about is like associative arrays in JavaScript, and really, like, that's going to get into the lesson that y'all are currently on. So we need to do that today. Take a 10-minute break. Come back at 2:20. I'll ask you all that same question again if you want to continue on this. I think the answer is probably going to be no. And then we'll continue on and do whatever y'all want to do, okay? Awesome. All right, enjoy your next 10 minutes, and I'll see you in 10 minutes. here for. He is. He is. And he says great things about your commitment to being here. Yeah, he's right behind you. He is. All right, welcome back. We now have the Rissa Juggling Show. All right. So the decision that we've come to is that I created a gist for the code we just wrote. And now you all have access to it. And I sent you out a wonderful email that the heading, like, you ever send an email and right after you click send, you're like, oh, typo. It says, greeting Codeup instead of greetings. Sorry. I was like, oh, man. I know, I did it twice. It, like, just keeps happening. It is, I know. But I'm sending greetings. I don't know. Anyway. But I did send it out in an email, so you all have that link. And if you want to take Chris's suggestions and create this awesome interface with the red and blue buttons that one of them randomly disarms the bomb, I think that would be an awesome exercise. The neat thing is, the next exercise after the current one is the math library for JavaScript, and there's a function called random, and that would help us with that. So we will try to get to that this afternoon. If we don't, I'll quickly cover it so that you can go ahead and copy and paste that block of code to give you that, okay? But that'll be all you need for that. So you can make it randomly decide whether or not you're going to actually be able to disarm the bomb with one of those buttons, right? Which is it going to be, the red or the blue? And then you can be creative about the messages. Just have fun with it. That's the thing, right? Try to learn something, practice, and have fun, all right? So that's that. The next thing is Thomas is going to tell you about Saturday and also about MPS.
Speaking of having fun, right? We're going to be here tomorrow. It's going to be me, Ben, Isaac, and I guess any of the fellows that want to show up. I think Ashlyn ends up being here. Basically, we're going to do from 9 to 2:30, right? 9 to 2-ish will be our official hours. It'll be, overall light day. And afterwards, I'll be available to study, all right? I'm basically going to play by ear and see what y'all want to stay and cover. And I'll be available till question marks, right? We'll see like that. And making sure everybody's sorted out. Right now, though, we're probably going to give you all about 10 minutes to fill out the weekly feedback survey. So everybody should have that in their inbox. Y'all know the drill by now. Just be honest with us. Give us some feedback. Let us know what we need to know to improve the course, to improve the quality of instruction. Anything that you want to see happen with this course. I mean, this is your chance to speak directly to Michael and let us know what you want to see. Any questions? Awesome. All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thomas. All right. Wow, yeah. So we'll take the next 12 minutes to have you all dedicate to working on that survey. So it's 23 after. So at 35 after, we'll pick up with the last section of the review and then continue on with your exercise that you were working on, all right? And if you all finish early, we can move on faster. So I'll keep an eye. get started again? Excellent. So the last item on my list of things to review was associative arrays in JavaScript. What does that mean to y'all? Tell me about associative arrays in JavaScript. Does it mean anything to you, Corey? That's exactly what it means. So Adam says there are no associative arrays in JavaScript, and that's exactly what I want to get at here. So if you wanted to have the equivalent of a PHP associative array in JavaScript, what do you have? What? An object. That's right. So in PHP, we can have key value pairs, right? And we can map them using that hash rocket thing that we learned. And we know that that in PHP can just be an associative array. But whenever we have key value pairs in JavaScript, we don't have an associative array. We have an object. So let's look a little bit at the syntax for those, just kind of an overview of that stuff again. And then we'll kind of get into your lesson on JSON and how you've been building up objects in JavaScript. And I want to help you all with anything that was confusing. And I also want to give you more time if you needed to finish that JSON exercise. So, yeah. All right. So let's look at this. I'll just keep editing the same code here. So if I wanted to just declare a normal array of, say, names in JavaScript, I could say like var names equals, and I could say like Chris, Ben, something like that, right? And with these brackets, we know that I'm looking at just a normal array. Now, if I wanted to do something like, let's say names, there we go, be intuitive with that. If I wanted to say names, and I want to make it an object instead, what do I do if I want to declare an object in JavaScript? The curly braces. So anytime you see curly braces, we know we're looking at an object. All right, so if I want to make key value pairs, like maybe first name, last initial, something like that, like how do I do that inside these curly braces? And this really gets into talking about how you do JSON notation. It's pretty much the same thing. Colon, yeah. And then I can give it a value. And then I could say, okay. I do. You're absolutely right. So if I want to put another name in there, what else do I need? So yeah, let's start out with that and let's see where that leads us. If I do that, and then I say, what have I done here? Yeah, I've got essentially like in PHP, what we had was duplicate keys, right? And it's getting rid of that other stuff. We don't want that, right? We actually want these to be unique entries that we can still access the other ones. So we can't do that. What might we do? I could put an array inside my object. Yep. How? Or maybe I want to make an array of objects. Does that make sense? So how would I turn this into an array of objects? So, I'm sorry, Adam, I didn't understand. So I could. Yeah, so right now they are in a single object, but that is the whole variable. So do you want me to put them in another object? What's the solution that you were posing? And then if I was to format this, I'd probably format it like this. And let's just do this, copy and paste this. All right, so now what I have here is kind of interesting. I have an object of objects, right? But what would actually be more helpful is, Phil, what you were kind of posing there, that if I try to get to these, like there's no, I'd have to put a key here. I'd have to put like, I'd have to put like 1 and 2 or something like this to have it make sense as an object. But if I don't want to do that, I could actually just change these to brackets so that I have an array of objects instead. And then I can loop through the array, access each individual object, and then access the properties of that object. Does that make sense? So here we just have an array of objects, and those objects represent people with their attributes. So if we wanted to take this and we wanted to actually, let's just say we want to loop through this and print this out, how would we do that? I want to print out the first and last name, or first, yeah, console log, but what are we going to have to do to go through this and print those out individually? Yeah, let's do a for each. That's perfect. So if I want to do a for each, I can do names and then what? Dot. I'm going to call the for each method, right? And that's going to take a function. We saw that earlier in our review. And notice my strategy there. Did you see what I did? I finished out all the brackets and all the braces and everything. I put my semicolon, and now I'm going to come in here and I'm going to write the body of that, right? Because if I don't do that, I'm going to forget to put them there, and it's going to be a lot harder to go back. So I just do it all up front. So now this function takes in some things, right? What does it take in? Nope. The names are here, but the function naturally is going to get past pieces of this. What is it going to get past? You got it. Element first, then the index, then the array. In this case, I'm not going to make use of the array, and I can actually just leave that off, which is kind of cool. So use the parameters you want to use. Don't use the ones you don't need. So are we going to use the index? Let's use the index, so we'll keep it around. So now if I want to print out the names, right, I have, absolutely, I'll use console log. So I could say console.log, and let's say we'll first log the index, and then we'll put like a colon and a space, and don't use the dot for concatenation. We'll do that oftentimes. And now I want to get to the properties first name and last initial. How am I going to do that? So I want to actually print out like the first name and last initial. So Phil, you say I do names dot. All right, can anyone help on that one? Yeah, so it's actually going to have to be element dot first name. It can't be names, because as we loop through, the values we have access to are here, and it's coming in. This whole thing here is coming in with a value or in the variable called element. So we say element dot first name, then we can put on a space, and then we can say plus element dot last initial. And I think that's enough. I think that's going to do it for us. Thank you. Good catch. It's like the third time today. Yeah, I know. You're good at juggling. You catch things very well. So, sorry. I know, right? After that bomb thing, I can't help it. That was your idea, though. All right. So let's try this and see what it does. All right. So arrays.html. So our bomb is gone. And look at what we get. So we were able to we loop through our array of objects, and we were able to print out the information in there. If I want both, what does that mean? No. Yeah. Absolutely. If I change this to name, then I'd have to say, or maybe person is more appropriate. So person, yeah, absolutely, and that's going to work just the same as long as we keep consistency between here and here. Yeah. All right. So we kind of understand now. This could be an associative array in PHP, right? It would look different, but in JavaScript, it's an object. And we can have arrays of objects. We can have objects that have attributes that are arrays. We can have any kind of nested conglomeration of those things that you want. And as you get into learning JSON, you are essentially learning how to tell JavaScript how to build up an object. So the syntax that we used here really describes a lot of the different things you might want to use. But maybe if you're using integers or booleans, things like that, you just don't need the quotes. Just say true or false, or you just say just a number. Yeah, if you're using string, you need to use it. Use the quotes, yep. So any questions about kind of building a really basic data-only object in JavaScript? Yeah. No? All right. So let's see. I'm wondering, maybe I can take this and make this like a little bit of a bigger exercise here. And we can basically create an object that keeps maybe like a contact list object. And the object has a list of names, and it has methods that we can call that can do things like give me all the names in your contact list. Would taking this and building it up to something like that be useful to y'all as a review of objects? She totally wants to randomize stuff. Maybe we can do that. I don't know. Let's start out with the basics. I think the review value of the basics is higher than if we go off on like random tangents. So. Yeah. You're there. All right. So does everybody feel like that would be a good thing to try to expand this? All right, let's do it. Okay, so let's create an object, and we want to call that object contact list, or contact manager, let's say. All right? How do I do that? How do I create an object called contact manager? That line right there does it. Absolutely. So now we've got an object called contact manager. Pretty simple, right? So there are a couple different ways we can add data and functionality to our contact manager. One is we can come down here and we could do things like contact manager dot, and we could add things to it there, right? Or we could do what we've done down here and just kind of add using the JSON notation. So what do y'all prefer? Do you want to put everything inside the brackets, or do you want to kind of go down and declare it outside the brackets? Do it outside the brackets. Okay, so we'll start out outside the brackets. I'll make that lower since we're just going to have one. Okay, so if we want to add a list of names, right, we'll call this list of names contacts, okay? And I want to add that to the contact manager. Adam, how am I going to add a variable or attribute called contacts to the contact manager? And then I'm going to give it these same values here. How will I do that? Yeah, let's do it. And we'll call it contacts. And the cool thing is we should be able to just do this. Yeah? Seem okay? Everybody good so far? All right, so now what I want to do is I want to add functionality. So I don't know how deep you guys are into objects so far, but just kind of a high level, the idea of like what an object is and how I would describe it is that an object is a container for both data and functionality, right? So arrays are containers, but they're containers for just data. You can't put functions and stuff. I don't know, in JavaScript you probably can, honestly, but at that point they become objects. So in general, we'll say an array is a container for data. An object is data and functionality. And so we've got data in our object, and now we want to add functionality. So I want to add a function, and I want that function to be called print contacts. And that print contacts function is going to do this right here. So what do I need to do to add a function called print contacts to my contact manager? So I'm going to do it right here. The first thing I need to do is I need to say, hey, I'm working with the contact manager. In order to do that, I'm going to say contact manager dot, and now I want to create a new function on there, right? A new method on my object. Terminology-wise, let me just give you guys a heads up. So we've talked about functions a lot, right? And then you hear me say method sometimes, and you hear me say maybe variable, and then you hear me say attribute. So the proper terminology would be like a function on a object, or when we get to PHP, class would be called a method. I kind of say function or method interchangeably. If you hear that, that's what's going on. An attribute is like a variable on an object. So if I say like, oh, an attribute, I'm just talking about a variable. All right? Any questions with that? No? Okay. So if I want to add a function to this contact manager, who can help me? I want someone over here to help. I haven't been looking over at this side enough. Oh, I feel like everyone's getting a good turn, but I just felt like I need to ask someone over here. Nope, we're not going to use the add element. Look at this. They did that. That's so funny. Anyway, who wants to help? Josh, can you help? Print names equals function. So we're actually going to take and we're going to create this name, right, of our method, and we're going to say, hey, it's actually a function, so we're going to assign it to a function right there. Perfect. And then really what I want to do is I just want to take this code, and I want to bring it up, and I want to put it in here. Now I'm going to have to make a change. Can anyone tell me what that change is? Yeah, names. What is names? It's nothing, right? So how am I going to get to contacts from within the contact manager print names function? So here's an interesting thing. We talked about an object being a container for both functions, functionality, and data, right? And when we want to get access to things that are inside that container from another location in the container, we can use a special word. This, right? So you probably read in the lesson notes that this in JavaScript is complicated. But in our examples, we're going to keep it where it works pretty much the same as it does in PHP. There are certain cases where it gets much more complicated. We're not going to worry about those right now. So if I want to get to the contacts, I can say this.contacts.forEach. And that's going to give me access into those contacts so I can loop through them. Does that make sense? Yeah, so this is the contact manager, and then the contact manager has contacts. So this is referring to contact manager, and then I'm able to get to those contacts and do exactly what I was doing. So, presuming that all that code actually works, how do I call the print names function on the contact manager? Who wants to help with that one? How will I call a function on an object? How did I call get element by ID? What did I do? said document dot get element by ID, right? So I had an object, a document, and I called a function on it. So here I have an object, contact manager. I want to call a function on it, so I say dot print names. And when I want to call a function, I just put the parens there. So I'm going to call that function, right? So this is a long shot here. See if all this code works on the first try. I hope that I get the same output that we had before. But now I have everything encapsulated in an object. Look at that, I do. Not bad, huh? So we've created a contact manager. We've added a list of contacts to that contact manager, and we created a print names function, right? So now I want to create a function that allows me to add a contact to my contact list. So how am I going to do that? All right. I want someone to help me that hasn't helped yet. Ryan, you want to help? It's okay. Just tell me what you're thinking. We could certainly do that. Essentially, we need to create a new entry into this contacts list, right? So we can build up an object that's like a contact, and then we can just push it onto that other array. That'll work, right? We'll try it. Did y'all do the push and pop and all that stuff with the arrays? Yeah. See? That's all right. I know. I know. Was it yesterday? Oh, no. It's coming back. See? It's coming back. Okay.
I know that it got complicated once you got some
Yeah, it's not too bad. So let's walk through it together, and I really want to make sure you all get this. So I'll do that too. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to just copy and paste my print names function, okay? I'm lazy. I don't want to write all this stuff again, so I just copy and paste and I change stuff. So I'm going to say add contact, right? I want to be intuitive with my naming of my functions. Now, I'll delete all this out of here because I don't need any of that. Now this function, it should take in some parameters. If I'm going to be able to add a contact, what do I need to add a new contact? I need input. What specific input do I need? No. Look at this. If I wanted to add a contact, what am I going to ask you? First name and last initial in this case, yep. So I'll say I'm going to take in first name, last initial, right? You know why I do last initial, right? I don't have to try to spell last names. All right. It's a longer variable, but I can take it. So, all right. So we're going to add a contact. So let's first build a new contact. Okay? How am I going to build a new contact? I need a new object. So I need a new object. How do I create a new object in JavaScript? Curly braces. Watch this. Var contact equals curly braces. Boom. Right? And now I want to assign these things. Bomb. Contact dot first name equals first name. Contact dot last initial equals last initial. Now I've just built up that contact object. What if I wanted to do it in a different way? What if I didn't want this syntax? What if I wanted to do it within the curly braces itself? How would I edit this code to be different, but perform the same functionality, right? And y'all don't have to type this as I go. I would actually much more appreciate if you would just like focus intently and then let me send it to you when we're done. Yeah. I think it would be so much easier for y'all. Yeah. You know what? If it helps you to type, please do. But I want you to be able to kind of focus on what we're doing. So, okay. That's no problem, Ryan. So, All right, so if I want to take this contact, and I don't want to initialize it like this, outside the curly braces. I want to do it inside, right? How will I do that? And all we need to do is look at other parts of the code and copy and paste, right? Jill, you're smiling about it. You know how to do it. Tell me. Yeah, I can just copy this, and I can come down here, and I can paste it like this, right? And then all I have to change is, instead of hard coding these in here, I can just put these values in like that. And now I built up my contact, right? Oh, it's pretty good. I like that better. Looks cleaner to me. Jacob? Okay. All right. No. Like, if you have a suggestion, I'm open. I'm making this stuff up as we go, so. Okay. Okay. Phil? Where's the input going to be? What does that mean? Don't worry about that just yet. We'll come to that at the end. And we'll talk about a couple ways to do it. So, all right. So I've got my contact. Now I need to add this contact to the list of contacts. How am I going to do that? Push, right? Keith, you following? You look skeptical.
No, I understand. I am skeptical on how the push works.
Okay, let's do it together. So first of all, I need to be able to locate the contacts array. I need to get access to it, right? How do I get access to the contacts array within the contact manager object from my add contact function? A lot of stuff going on there, right? So I've got this contacts array, part of the contact manager. I'm in the add contact function, and I want to get a hold of that. What do I do? Absolutely right. So I can say this dot contacts. We won't do any console logging in here because we're just adding a contact. If you want, we can say contact added or something like that, just to say that we did it. So we're going to say this dot contacts, and we're going to push, right? And now push in JavaScript is a method that we call on an object, right? On an array. And that's going to allow us to add something. Now in PHP, it doesn't work that way, right? We call a function, we tell it what array and what value. It's kind of function-oriented as opposed to object-oriented, right? That's because PHP comes from a functional background, and object-oriented features came later to the language. So that's kind of why you see the differences. So this .contacts.push, and we're going to push what? Contact, our new object we just created. And then Phil, we're going to console log added contact. Contact. There we go. That's why I don't do the console logs. They're so hard. All right. So now we've got an add contact function. And you asked earlier, how are we going to get the data? Well, we're going to cheat. For right now, we're going to print the names. And let's do this. Console .log, and I'm just going to log like kind of a separator here. So we're going to print the names, and I'm going to have a separator, and I'm going to call my add contact function. How do I do that? Audrey, help me out with that one. So I want to do the add contact, yep. But what do I need to do to be able to get access to that function? Because it's part of the contact manager. I need to access it through the contact manager, right? So how do I say, I'm calling the add contact method on the contact manager. What do I need to do to tell it that? Here I called the print names function on the contact manager. You got it. I just say contact manager, add contact, and then we'll say I'm going to add Jason S. Right? And then what I want to do is I'm just going to copy all this, and I'll give me another little separator, and then I'm going to print the names again and see if we have a new contact in our list. What do you say? All right, let's do it. So look at that. Chris, Ben, added contact, Chris, Ben, and Jason. Right? So now, we just did this right here in line, right? Very quickly, I'm going to go through and I'm going to write the code that would be, I don't even know, you tell me if you want to see this, but I can add an input with a button that says Add Contact. You click that, it uses the Contact Manager to add the contact and then prints the contacts. Would that be good? It's like we're writing a little app, right? Like a console, well, a client-side JavaScript contact manager. Yeah. Do you want to use prompt? That's for. Yeah, we can totally do that. Well, we'll have to prompt twice for a first name and then last initial. Let's go that route. That's probably easier and a little faster. So we'll try it. So Jill says, hey, let's prompt the user in order to get the input to add a contact. So let's see how we can do this. So I'm going to have a button. I'm going to put it up here. Button. We're going to say Add Contact. If you have any questions as I write this, please let me know. I'm just going to run through this. Add contact. Down here, I'm going to say I want to go var button add contact equals document dot get element by ID button contact, and I want to say button add contact dot add event listener. So I want to be able to click on this button and I want something to happen, right? And I want to listen for click, and I'm going to call a function. And when that happens, I'm going to say var first name equals prompt contact first name, and then var last initial, and then I'm going to say, ooh, this will be interesting. Yeah. This is where we're going to run into a problem. So, all right. All right, I'm not, this is not going to work anymore. So, that's okay. Let's play with it and see. I don't think it's going to work. I don't understand. Oh, yeah. No, there's not a good way to do that without trying to parse it out. So I'll illustrate the problem, and then I'll see if I can think of an easy way to solve it, and if not, then we'll probably skip that part for now. Okay, so first name, last initial. Now what we want to do is we want to say the contact manager, add contact, and we're going to say first name, last initial. And then I can call print names. Okay. Okay. So when I click the button, I expect to get prompted twice, and I'm going to try to add that contact, and I'm going to try to log that. I don't think this is going to work, and let's try it and see. All right, so it didn't even print out the names once, and that's because I took this away, and I shouldn't have done that. All right, so let's leave that out here so we at least get to see the names the first time. Okay, I add contact. I say Jason S. And it did work. Okay, good. So I was worried that the calling that method inside the event handler could potentially impact the meaning of this in the add contact method. It didn't, and I'm glad. So now we have a way that we can continue to add contacts, right? And what if let's see if I cancel. So it's still. So it looks like we need to put in some more logic that can prevent things like that from happening, right? Well, we see a basic way that we've been able to create an interface that's going to allow us to manage contacts using basically a front-end JavaScript application, right? No database, no nothing. It's all just in memory. If I refresh the page, it all goes away. There's lots of ways we can get around that. We could persist it to the back end. We could use something called local storage and store it on the front end in the client's browser and retrieve it and save it. But just kind of a neat example to explore objects a little further. Did you all find that helpful? Awesome. All right. So the syntax that we used here, I would like to just convert this over to the syntax that we would have if we put everything inside the curly braces, because that's really going to kind of bridge the gap between this review and the JSON exercise you're doing. Because really, we can build up everything in here, and it kind of just looks like JSON when we do. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take all this, I'm going to cut this out of here, and when I bring things up inside here, watch the changes I have to make. So I've got my contacts array, and what it needs to become becomes contacts is an array like that, and I put a comma, and then I have print names, and print names is a function. And then add contact is a function. That looks like that's extra. Oh, that's the close of the for each. There we go. All right, let's make sure we have all the right closing things. It's easy to end up with the wrong stuff. All right, let's get rid of all this other stuff here. And let's get rid of this. Don't need any of that now. All right, so what I've done is I've taken the same code and I've combined it all into one declaration. So now I've got my data and my functions all declared in here. So you can see the difference between creating the object initially and then saying object dot something equals something, right? And continuing to declare it that way. And the alternative to that, which is saying, you know what? I'm going to create the object, and inside that, I'm going to put all the stuff. And if I didn't make any syntax errors, hopefully this will run the same. And it does. So y'all see the two different formats that we can do that in. So I'm going to undo all that, and I'm going to send you out that code, how it was just before I did that change over. Okay. Okay. I will add both of those as a gist, and so you can compare the two formats. Yep. Okay, excellent. All right, so any other questions about objects in JavaScript, the idea of combining data and functionality? Ryan?
I have a question really quick that
Yeah, what's up?
when would you not want to use JSON?
You know, in JavaScript, really,
Isn't it all JSON?
just because of the way, like in JavaScript, when you declare an empty object, it just becomes a container, and the language lets you just say object dot whatever, and that thing doesn't even exist, but then you just make it right at that moment. So it's just kind of flexibility of the language that lets you do it either way. I don't think there's anything wrong with really doing it either way. There will be certain times where it only makes sense to do it this way. And I will tell you from a high level, kind of a concept that is more advanced than we're going to get in Codeup, but it'll be good to just know the existence of it. And that is that in JavaScript, right, when we create an object, we're physically like building up the object itself, right? And by the time you're done, you've got the thing, and you can do stuff with it. when we get to objects in PHP, what we're going to do is we're going to create a blueprint for an object. That's going to be called a class. From that blueprint, we can make these, right? So that's the difference. In PHP, we create the blueprint. In JavaScript, we create the object itself, okay? So, as a result of creating the object itself, you put all this stuff in the bottle, right? And if I duplicate that object, I have an entire copy of everything in there, including the methods and everything. And those take up space, just like the water in this bottle does, right? So there's kind of a little bit of a problem in JavaScript that if I keep duplicating these objects and I want high performance and things, when I get thousands of these, I've taken up space in here. But really, a lot of the stuff that's in here, like literally, the stuff is like the declaration of these functions. Well, those functions could have been on a template. And the template just gets used by all the different ones. So you don't put that stuff in here, that stuff's in the template, okay? There's a concept called prototypes in JavaScript. And you can override the prototype of an object, and that's going to let you prevent all this copying from happening as you do it. So the only way to do that is to use this syntax. That's kind of like a long explanation for that, and it's kind of above where we're going with JavaScript, but any other case, use this notation. And then if you have to override the prototype, you're going to have to use this. And that's going to kind of let you work around that memory issue that you could end up creating. So if you ever get to a point where you're like building JavaScript games and you're like, hey, my performance stinks, I've got 1,000 entities on the screen and everything's moving slowly, read about prototypes. Any other questions about objects in JavaScript? We're going to do a lot more with objects in PHP. Like I said, we're going to have the blueprints in PHP that are going to let us create the objects. It's going to be very different. The objects in JavaScript are really pretty simple in terms of like, hey, if I want an object, all I do is var contact manager equals curly braces, and I've got an object. So JavaScript makes it real easy to just get started with object stuff. What do you think? Yeah. Objects in JavaScript. Yeah, that's an okay thing. That is all right. Y'all are at the beginning of a long journey, right? But it's a good journey. So, just giving you tools, one tool at a time to fill up your tool belt, right? I didn't hear it. It's dangerous. What? Oh, as dangerous as our bomb exercise? Oh, it's dangerous to go alone. That's funny. I just saw a reference to that on Twitter the other day or something. That's the original, like when they give you the wooden sword, like, take this. Like, oh, thanks, a stick. Like, I'll go beat legions of things that shoot rocks at me with a stick. That's actually one of my favorite games, so I liked it. Good memories. All right. Let's get back to your JSON exercise. How many of you are done with that exercise that you started before lunch? All right, I'll go look at it with you. It is objects 561, JavaScript object notation, this thing with the books. How many people are not done? Please raise your hand. I see one hand, two hands. That's only like half. You're like mostly done? Okay, that's good. Okay, so two hands. So you're not done? Oh, good. So two not done. That's all I was saying. No, I did not count you. You didn't raise your hand. Okay, so what we'll do is let's review it together, and then those of you that aren't done, like we can go through it and make sure that you have it. So I can, but not right now. Text Align Center works. Okay. So she's really trying to do this. Like, I hope that you have all this. All right, good. All right. So I would love for someone to come and demo the code that they have instead of me writing this all from scratch up here. I've been doing that all afternoon so far. You really want to write it on the board? Okay. Come and show off your code up here. So Rissa is going to come show her code. That'll be wonderful. All right. We need to have a nice little round of applause for Rissa for volunteering. I know, you get to sit. Would you like the mic? Here.
Oh. Hello, Mary.
Okay.
Mary's on there.
So plug in.
Oh.
How many times have I forgotten to plug in this file? I don't think I forgot that.
Kind of like one.
At least like 5 times. No, I mean like plug in. I'm like normally like typing and talking, and then everyone's like, we can't see what you're doing. I'm like, oh, yeah, about that. All right, so I'm going to stand over here.
Did I do it? Woo. Oh, never mind. This is my thing. It was. Do you want to see it so far? No. Never mind. It is, but I want to know how to align the box.
So what you've done is built up an array of books here.
I did.
That's what built up.
Isn't it?
Your invitation is very much. I like that.
Thank you.
So the invitation that you've done here, like if you do it this way, this is kind of what you'll see as like you have a programmatic output of JSON. This is how you do it as SVG, and that's kind of the format we want to follow. So great work on that. Now, interesting thing here is, so look at this. How you have the comma, and then the comma, and then no comma on the last one. Right?
Yeah.
No comma.
Because you're not supposed to have one
You're
there.
not supposed to have a comma there, right? So a comma would be there if there was another thing coming after it, right?
Correct.
And in PHP, sometimes people put those commas there, and PHP looks good. It's all good.
But JSON.
JavaScript,
They can't.
sometimes different browsers that run JavaScript actually care about this. And they get very upset, and they don't give you the error message in some cases. So we don't want that. So great job on that. And let's see, we've got book numbers in here.
It's just the index, yeah.
So why is there a number?
Because the exercise asked for it.
The exercise asks for it. But what if I wanted to like move the books around and do something? Like, do I really need that number?
No. Yes.
In my goal, right? That I'm going to do at the end. What if I was able to use index? What if I use this index?
Well, then it's going to start at 0.
Yeah, but what if I just added 1?
Well, then you won't need the number.
Then I won't need the number. That's exactly right.
Oh! I like how excitable you are.
Okay, so
So excited.
I wouldn't expect to have this number in here, and I think it would actually be better without it.
Okay, okay.
Weird syntax? Absolutely not.
Whoop.
Okay, so you block out the book array, perfect. And then you're going to loop through the column 40. You've got the value index of the book, and value, like that's like the element or book in this case, right? So we could actually rename this. Value could become book. And now it's just a little more intuitive. Can we describe what we're working with there? Good. Let's try it trick here. Time out.
Oh.
Okay, so see how, do command C, undo. Undo again. Okay, so she's got value highlighted right now. I want you to press command and D. Command D. Now look at that, now type book. Or book, sorry. Multiple cursors, a great thing here for live.
Command D. D. And so it'll just add it on. Command Control G. Ooh, it did all of them. But what if I only Command Control G? Command Control G. Just because I talk with my hands. No.
Let's refactor this right here so that instead of getting the book number, that we use the index. So how would we do that?
Index? No. before we out? Yeah? Like it? I have a feeling it's wrong. I don't. Hold on. I did it. It worked. But it worked. Woo. Okay, never mind. So it's not gonna work. Oh. With this, I don't need this. Oh, I don't know how to do that. Time out. Like, nope. Ooh, that didn't do it.
I know the keys on mine, but okay. So at the end of the line, and then Control Shift Home. Oh.
Woo. You're welcome. Woo.
That was close. All right. So Rissa, you have been asking for this all day. A random number generator. All right. So if y'all would go to the next exercise or the next lesson, it's 562. It says math. We're going to talk about the math object in JavaScript. So there's a lot of functions in PHP that we learned about, like rounding numbers, doing different things with, we learned random numbers in PHP, right? We learned rand, okay? We learned, yeah, basically the same functions, all the equivalent math functions we learned in PHP, but we didn't have a math object in PHP, right? We just called functions that are built into the language. And again, that goes back to the fact that PHP started out as like a functional language and later on added those object-oriented features. JavaScript is just object-oriented from the get-go. So in the math library or in the math object in JavaScript, we have a lot of utility functions available to us. Bless you. One of them, Rissa, is the random function. I know. Hooray, yes. All right, so the only downfall here is that the random function totally doesn't work like rand in PHP. Y'all remember how rand worked in PHP? We passed it some information. What do we pass it? A min and a max, right? And it's going to get a random number between those. That's not the way JavaScript random works. JavaScript random returns a floating point pseudo-random number in the range of 0 to 1, always. So what if we want to scale that out to tell us a random number between 1 and 100, right? we need to do some logic or some thinking. Well, the nice thing is, if we look at the documentation on the Mozilla Developer Network for the math random function, they give us this nifty function. That is the equivalent of rand in PHP. Get random int, min, max, and it's going to use that random value, and it's going to kind of do some formula math here to scale that to whatever scale you want. Kind of nifty. So straight from the documentation, and that's going to give you the information you need to be able to do your magical green or blue and red buttons that maybe disarm, maybe don't.
Okay, so how does it work?
So,
So it's still in moving back.
yeah,
I just wanted to switch between the two.
well,
I don't want it to be like math.
well here, like let's, you know, I think this is a valid thing to talk about in this lesson. So let's talk about it briefly. So watch this. No. All right, this is what we're going to do. So I'm going to copy all this. I'm going to create a new file. We're going to call this ran.html. I'm going to delete all this wonderful code. And I'm going to pull in this function here. All right, so now we've got that nice function that's going to get a random int. And I want to say var random equals, I'm going to call this function, and I'm going to say I want a random number between 0 and 1, right? And then I could say var, like, what are you trying to do? Like, the blue button, like?
I'm trying to, okay, so one of them defines this, one of them.
Yeah, so, okay, so say bar blue disarm equals random is equal to 1. And then, so I can say console.log if blue disarm console.log hint use the blue button. I know, I'm just writing this. You have to figure out yours. I'm not doing it for you. That's funny. Okay, let's see. Arrays, what did I call it? Rand. Hint, use the red button. Use the blue button. Use the red button. Use the red button. You get the idea? That's all it takes. Yeah. So essentially I'm checking, and if the random number is 1, it's the blue button. Otherwise, it's the red button. Yep. All right. Back to the lesson. Bum, bum, bum. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, sorry. Okay, so we can round numbers. And if we round, it's going to round up or down based on the rules you know from basic rounding. Floor is going to round down. Seal is going to round up. Power is going to be able to raise a number to a power, like here to the 16th, so x to the y power kind of stuff. We can do square roots. And there's also some constants available in the math library. So we've got functionality, and we've got data, right? Now the data, what it's going to do is it's going to provide things like e or pi, things that you might want to use in mathematical equations. And the exercise is going to give you an opportunity to use those. So let's just try to use some things in the browser real quick. Let's do inspect element, just so we can see how easy it is to do these. So if we look, I'm in my console, and I can say math.random. And look, it even auto-completes for me. And look at that. These are those like pseudo-random between 0 and 1 numbers, right? But we were able to wrap them with that other function to get a scaled result to the min-max we wanted. Now we can say math.pi, and that gives us the value of pi. Or if we did math.pi, look at that, undefined. What does that tell us? Case sensitive, right? Has to be capital. So you're going to use that in your exercise, And if we say something like math dot round 1.5, we can call the functions just like that. So very straightforward. Based on what you all have learned so far with this, this should be cake. Now the exercise, we try to make a little bit challenging. So still not bad. All right, so what we're going to have you do is you're going to create a new HTML file called objects.math.js.html. Copy and paste this code right here. So that's your first step. So I'm going to copy and paste it. So you're going to take this, create your new file, going to paste everything in there, and remember, you need to paste it within script tags inside a HTML document, right? Don't forget to do that. So I've got all this code pasted in here. Now look at this. See the to-dos? You're going to have to complete the code wherever it says to do. So let's just take a look at what we have here. It says to do. In the getArea function, it says finish this method. So we're writing a getArea function. Right now, it just returns 1. Obviously, that's not really doing what we want it to do. But instead, what we want is, here's the formula for being able to calculate the area of a circle. So we need to return something like pi times math.pow, something, however we access this radius, and we square that. I want to give you all the answers. You guys understand what you're trying to do there, though? You need to have this function, getArea, use the radius of the circle. How do you access the radius? It's another thing inside the same object. There's a special keyword for that. Starts with T. 4 letters. This. That's the one. If I had to give more letters, it would really... All right. So you're going to have to use this to be able to get to the radius and be able to use that. Don't forget that. All right. Now, in here, look, I used this radius to be able to log that out. Now here, log info, we want to make this call the getArea function and return it. And we also want to decide, hey, do we want to actually round that area to the nearest integer? So you're going to have to do a little work there to figure out how to make that happen. And here, we can see that this code, let's see, let me just run this. Let's see, I think this is all going to work, and it's just going to output this stuff without anything. Make sure. So look at that. So if I run the code, just copied and pasted. I didn't do anything else. Look what I get. Circle, the area of a circle with radius 3 is, the area with a circle with radius 3 is, well, what I want is the first one, it's not going to round. The second one, it's going to round. Then I want to write a line of code that's going to change the area of, or change the radius of this circle from 3 to 5. Okay? One line of code is going to do that. And then I want to call the same 2 lines again. And you're actually going to get out areas. And these down here shouldn't say 3, they should say 5. We need to figure out how to make that happen. Everybody at least understand the exercise. No? Ask me a question. These are not supposed to be trivial, right? So you do have to think a little bit. But it should be within the realm of the possible. So if you feel like it's outside of that, we need to talk. Otherwise, go for it. Wahaha. Anybody feel like it's outside the realm of possible? You're possible. You're possible. Doo-doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. Give it a shot. I'll come around and help, okay? All right, so we've got 18 minutes left in class. That's enough to get through this, I do believe, and maybe even review. All right? All right, well, you think about it, and I'll come around and talk to you. Here's a hint. Wherever you see to do in the code, you have to write code. At least one line. And if you really want a hint, all the lines you need to add are the equivalent of about 5 or 6 lines of code total. So don't overcomplicate this. How y'all doing? How do you call a function inside of a function? Well, is that function part of an object? There's a special keyword. It's 4 letters. It starts with T and ends with S. Right? Can y'all believe it's 4:01 already? On a Friday? 4:01 on a Friday? My goodness. Do y'all have time for me to take like a 5-minute review of this? Okay, so I made it around to almost everybody. I know that some of you were still working on it, but I'll just talk you through it. I think it'll take about 5 minutes, so we'll do that right now. I appreciate you guys taking that time with me. So let's start right here, and we're going to implement the getArea function, okay? There's a hint here that says area equals pi times radius squared. And here I just have a return of 1. Well, I know that the whole purpose of getArea as a function is to give me back the area of the circle I'm working with here, right? So in order to do that, first I'm just going to type right here where it says return. So I could say, or let's take it 2 steps. So we'll say, first thing I do is var area equals, I want to get access to pi. I'm going to use the math object in JavaScript to do it. Be careful with your case. I say math.pi. And I'm going to multiply that by, I know I need to square this number, so I could either just put the number twice, or I could actually use math.pow, and I want to get to the radius here, and I want to square it. So this is my question mark right here. I need to somehow be able to square the radius, okay? So what I want to do is I just want to jump ahead here. I want to look at this line of code that we're going to have to write here. Change the radius of the circle to 5, right? In order to change the radius of the circle, first I need to access the object that that radius is part of. The object happens to be called circle. Then I put a dot, and then I want to get to the radius. So I say circle.radius, and then I could just assign it a new value, just like that. So that's all I need to do to change the radius of the circle. Does everybody understand that line of code? Any questions on that? So I'm going to use that to explain the next piece. Okay? So once you have that, you kind of know that to access an attribute or a method on an object, you first reference the object. Well, when you're outside of the object, you reference it by the name of the object, circle. But when you're inside, like we are in here in this getArea function, we use the keyword this. So if I want to get to radius from inside the circle object, I say this in place of the name circle. And then I can say this.radius, right? And now that I've got the area function here, instead of returning 1, I want to return area. But there's an opportunity to eliminate a line of code here that's kind of redundant. I've declared a variable called area only to return it. Does everybody see that? So instead of doing that, I'm just going to say, why don't I return the result of that, right? Then I don't need to even declare that variable. Audrey, does that make sense to you? No? Okay. Well, sounds like we need to maybe talk a little bit afterwards and get some help. Okay. It's been a long week. I understand. I understand. Okay. So for those of you that are still working on this part, the next part here, this is the last piece we have to do, right? We've got area of a circle with radius. This dot radius is something. Well, that something, I just want to call the getArea function. So let's just start out by doing that. I'll say plus this dot getArea. Now notice I needed to use this again, right? Because I want to call that method. I'm inside the circle object. How do I refer to the object? I use this. All right? So let's run this code and see what we get. If I run this code now, just with those few changes we made, I actually get the radius, or I get the updated radius, and I get the area of the circle working. Now there's one last piece here. I have to take into account whether or not round was true or false. So let's put in an if block here. I'll say if round, I'm going to do one thing, otherwise I'm going to do the other. So what I would like to do is kind of use what we learned in our scope lesson earlier And I'll say, why don't we do this? We'll say var area equals this dot get area. So I'm going to call the function to get the area. I'm going to store it in area, right? And then I'm going to say if round area equals math.round area. So I round it. And then all I need to do is say, hey, when I get down here, I'm just going to output area. Does everybody follow the logical sequence of that code? Do you have 5 minutes? Okay, I want to have a chance to talk to you after I'm done. Thank you. I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep you late. So now what we've done here is we said, hey, if round is true, you're going to take and round the area. Otherwise, you're just going to leave it as is, right? And then you're going to print out the area, whether it's the rounded or unrounded value. Let's run that code and see what we get. And now we see false and true, so the first value should be unrounded, the second value rounded, and we get that in both cases. Does everybody understand? So if you feel like you don't quite have a handle on this, then we need a little bit more practice with objects and being able to access the different pieces from both outside and inside them. And so we can definitely help get that. What I'm going to do is I am going to put a gist together that will have the add contact, the whole contact manager in both formats that we did today. So you all have that. And I'm not assigning homework tonight. You've got to come in for class tomorrow, right? So you all will be here at 9 tomorrow. And you have a short day, but it's not just a study hall. It's actually like classes in session kind of day. And if you feel like maybe the object stuff is not clicking, I would encourage you to go over some of the lesson material on that. Try to work through this tonight and understand this. If you'd like me to send this out, I can send that out too. Yeah? So that's all I have for you today. I hope that the review was really helpful for y'all. And congratulations on another great week. And I know you got to be here tomorrow. I'm sorry I will not be here tomorrow with y'all. But I hope you have a... But I work from home on the weekends, so I'm going to be working too, don't worry. But I hope you all have a wonderful weekend, and I'll look forward to seeing you next week, okay? All right. Thank you, Codeup. You take care.